An Accursed Race by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. We have our prejudices in England. Or, if this assertion offends any of my readers, I will modify it. We have had our prejudices in England. We have tortured Jews, we have burned Catholics and Protestants, to say nothing of a few witches and wizards. We have satirized Puritans, and we have dressed up guys. But after all, I do not think we have been so bad as our continental friends. To be sure, our insular position has kept us free, to a certain degree, from the inroads of alien races, who, driven from one land of refuge, steal into another, equally unwilling to receive them, and where, for long centuries, their presence is barely endured, and no pains is taken to conceal the repugnance which the natives of pure blood experience towards them. There yet remains a remnant of the miserable people called Cagots in the valleys of the Pyrenees, in the Landes near Bordeaux, and stretching up on the west side of France, their numbers become larger in Lower Brittany. Even now the origin of these families is a word of shame to them among their neighbours, although they are protected by the law, which confirmed them in the equal rights of citizens about the end of the last century. Before then they had lived for hundreds of years isolated from all those who boasted of pure blood, and they had been, all this time, oppressed by cruel local edicts. They were truly what they were popularly called, the Accursed Race. All distinct traces of their origin are lost. Even at the close of that period which we call the Middle Ages, this was a problem which no one could solve, and as the traces, which even then were faint and uncertain, have vanished away one by one, it is a complete mystery at the present day. Why they were accursed in the first instance, why isolated from their kind, no one knows. From the earliest accounts of their state that are yet remaining to us, it seems that the names which they gave each other were ignored by the population they lived amongst, who spoke of them as Christians or Cagots, just as we speak of animals by their generic names. Their houses or huts were always placed at some distance out of the villages of the country folk, who unwillingly called in the services of the Cagots as carpenters, or tilers, or slaters, trades which seemed appropriated by this unfortunate race, who were forbidden to occupy land or to bear arms, the usual occupations of those times. They had some small right of pasturage on the common lands and in the forests, but the number of their cattle and livestock was strictly limited by the earliest laws relating to the Cagots. They were forbidden by one act to have more than 20 sheep, a pig, a ram, and 6 geese. The pig was to be fattened and killed for winter food, the fleece of the sheep was to clothe them, but if the said sheep had lambs, they were forbidden to eat them. Their only privilege arising from this increase was, that they might choose out the strongest and finest in preference to keeping the old sheep. At Martinmas the authorities of the Commune came round and counted over the stock of each Cagot. If he had more than his appointed number, they were forfeited. Half went to the Commune, half to the bailly, or chief magistrate of the Commune. The poor beasts were limited as to the amount of common which they might stray over in search of grass. While the cattle of the inhabitants of the Commune might wander hither and thither in search of the sweetest herbage, the deepest shade, or the coolest pool in which to stand on the hot days, and lazily switch their dappled sides, the Cagot sheep and pig had to learn imaginary bounds, beyond which, if they strayed, any one might snap them up and kill them, reserving a part of the flesh for his own use, but graciously restoring the inferior parts to their original owner. Any damage done by the sheep was, however, fairly apprised, and the Cagot paid no more for it than any other man would have done. Did a Cagot leave his poor cabin and venture into the towns, even to render services required of him in the way of his, he was bidden, by all the municipal laws, to stand by and remember his rude old state. In all the towns and villages, the large districts extending on both sides of the Pyrenees, in all that part of Spain, they were forbidden to buy or sell anything eatable, to walk in the middle, esteemed the better, part of the streets, to come within the gates before sunrise, or to be found after sunset within the walls of the town. But still, as the Cagots were good looking men, and although they bore certain natural marks of their caste, of which I shall speak by and by, were not easily distinguished by casual passers by from other men, they were compelled to wear some distinctive peculiarity which should arrest the eye, and in the greater number of towns it was decreed that the outward sign of a Cagot should be a piece of red cloth sewed conspicuously on the front of his dress. In other towns the mark of Cagoterie was the foot of a duck or a goose hung over their left shoulder, so as to be seen by anyone meeting them. After a time the more convenient badge of a piece of yellow cloth cut out in the shape of a duck's foot was adopted. If any Cagot was found in any town or village without his badge, he had to pay a fine of 5 sous, and to lose his dress. He was expected to shrink away from any passer by, for fear that their clothes should touch each other, or else to stand still in some corner or by place. If the Cagots were thirsty during the days which they passed in those towns, where their presence was barely suffered, they had no means of quenching their thirst, for they were forbidden to enter into the little cabarets or taverns. Even the water gushing out of the common fountain was prohibited to them. Far away in their own squalid village there was the Cagot fountain, and they were not allowed to drink of any other water. A Cagot woman having to make purchases in the town was liable to be flogged out of it if she went to buy anything except on a Monday, a day on which all other people who could kept their houses, for fear of coming in contact with the accursed race. In the Pays Basque the prejudices, and for some time the laws, ran stronger against them than any which I have hitherto mentioned. The Basque Cagot was not allowed to possess sheep. He might keep a pig for provision, but his pig had no right of pasturage. He might cut and carry grass for the ass, which was the only other animal he was permitted to own, and this ass was permitted because its existence was rather an advantage to the oppressor, who constantly availed himself of the Cagot's mechanical skill, and was glad to have him and his tool easily conveyed from one place to another. The race was repulsed by the State. Under the small local governments they could hold no post whatsoever, and they were barely tolerated by the Church, although they were good Catholics and zealous frequenters of the Mass. They might only enter the churches by a small door set apart for them, through which no one of the pure race ever passed. This door was low, so as to compel them to make an obeisance. It was occasionally surrounded by sculpture, which invariably represented an oak branch with a dove above it. When they were once in, they might not go to the holy water used by others. They had a benitier of their own, nor were they allowed to share in the consecrated bread, when that was handed out to the believers of the pure race. The Cagots stood afar off, near the door. There were certain boundaries, imaginary lines on the nave and in the aisles, which they might not pass. In one or two of the more tolerant of the Pyrenean villages, the blessed bread was offered to the Cagots, the priest standing on one side of the boundary and giving the pieces of bread on a long wooden fork to each person successively. When the Cagot died he was interred apart, in a plot bearing ground on the north side of the cemetery. Under such laws and prescriptions as I have described, it is no wonder that he was generally too poor to have much property for his children to inherit, but certain descriptions of it were forfeited to the Commune. The only possession which all who were not of his own race refused to touch was his furniture. This was tainted, infectious, unclean, fit for none but Cagots. When such were, for at least 3 centuries, the prevalent usages and opinions with regard to this oppressed race, it is not surprising that we read of occasional outbursts of ferocious violence on their part. In the Basses Pyrénées, for instance, it is only about 100 years since that the Cagots of Reuillet rose up against the inhabitants of the neighbouring town of Lourdes, and got the better of them by their magical powers, as it is said. The people of Lourdes were conquered and slain, and their ghastly bloody heads served the triumphant Cagots for balls to play at ninepins with. The local parliaments had begun by this time to perceive how oppressive was the ban of public opinion under which the Cagots lay, and were not inclined to enforce too severe a punishment. Accordingly, the decree of the Parliament of Toulouse condemned only the leading cagots concerned in this affray to be put to death, and that henceforth and for ever no cagot was to be permitted to enter the town of Lourdes by any gate but that called Cap de Pourte. They were only to be allowed to walk under the rain gutters, and neither to sit, eat, nor drink in the town. If they failed in observing any of these rules, the Parliament decreed, in the spirit of Shylock, that the disobedient cagots should have 2 strips of flesh, weighing never more than 2 ounces apiece, cut out from each side of their spines. In the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries it was considered no more a crime to kill a cagot than to destroy obnoxious vermin. A nest of cagots, as the old accounts phrase it, had assembled in a deserted castle of Mauvezin about the year 1600, and certainly they made themselves not very agreeable neighbours, as they seemed to enjoy their reputation of magicians, and, by some acoustic secrets which were known to them, all sorts of moanings and groanings were heard in the neighbouring forests, very much to the alarm of the good people of the pure race, who could not cut off a withered branch for firewood, but some unearthly sound seemed to fill the air, nor drink water which was not poisoned, because the cagots would persist in filling their pitchers at the same running stream. Added to these grievances, the various pilferings perpetually going on in the neighbourhood made the inhabitants of the adjacent towns and hamlets believe that they had a very sufficient cause for wishing to murder all the cagots in the Château de Mauvezin. But it was surrounded by a moat, and only accessible by a drawbridge, besides which the cagots were fierce and vigilant. Some one, however, proposed to get into their confidence, and for this purpose he pretended to fall ill close to their path, so that on returning to their stronghold they perceived him and took him in, restored him to health, and made a friend of him. One day, when they were all playing at ninepins in the woods, their treacherous friend left the party on pretence of being thirsty, and went back into the castle, drawing up the bridge after he had passed over it, and so cutting off their means of escape into safety. Then, going up to the highest part of the castle, he blew a horn, and the pure race, who were lying in wait on the watch for some such signal, fell upon the cagots at their games and slew them all. For this murder I find no punishment decreed in the Parliament of Toulouse or elsewhere. As any intermarriage with the pure race was strictly forbidden, and as there were books kept in every commune in which the names and habitations of the reputed cagots were written, these unfortunate people had no hope of ever becoming blended with the rest of the population. Did a cagot marriage take place, the couple was serenaded with satirical songs. They also had minstrels, and many of their romances are still current in Brittany, but they did not attempt to make any reprisals of satire or abuse. Their disposition was amiable, and their intelligence great; indeed it required both these qualities, and their great love of mechanical labour, to make their lives tolerable. At last they began to petition that they might receive some protection from the laws, and towards the end of the 17th century the judicial power took their side. But they gained little by this. Law could not prevail against custom, and in the 10 or 20 years just preceding the first French Revolution, the prejudice in France against the cagots amounted to fierce and positive abhorrence. At the beginning of the 16th century the cagots of Navarre complained to the Pope that they were excluded from the fellowship of men, and accursed by the Church because their ancestors had given help to a certain Count Raymond of Toulouse in his revolt against the Holy See. They entreated His Holiness not to visit upon them the sins of their fathers. The Pope issued a bull on the 13th of May, 1515, ordering them to be well treated and to be admitted to the same privileges as other men. He charged Don Juan de Santa Maria of Pamplona to see to the execution of this bull, but Don Juan was slow to help, and the poor Spanish cagots grew impatient and resolved to try the secular power. They accordingly applied to the Cortes of Navarre, and were opposed on a variety of grounds. First, it was stated that their ancestors had had "nothing to do with Raymond Count of Toulouse or with any such knightly personage; that they were in fact descendants of Gehazi, servant of Elisha (Second Book of Kings, 5th chapter, 27th verse), who had been accursed by his master for his fraud upon Naaman, and doomed, he and his descendants, to be lepers for evermore. Name Cagots or Gahets, Gaets, Geazites. What can be more clear? And if that is not enough, and you tell us that the Cagots are not lepers now, we reply that there are two kinds of leprosy, one perceptible and the other imperceptible even to the person suffering from it. Besides, it is the country talk that where the Cagots tread the grass withers, proving the unnatural heat of the body. Many credible and trustworthy witnesses will also tell you that, if a Cagot holds a freshly gathered apple in his hand, it will shrivel and wither up in an hour's time as much as if it had been kept for a whole winter in a dry room. They are born with tails, although the parents are cunning enough to pinch them off immediately. Do you doubt this? If it is not true, why do the children of the pure race delight in sewing up sheep's tails to the dresses of any Cagot who is so absorbed in his work as not to perceive them? And their bodily smell is so horrible and detestable that it shows that there must be heretics of some vile and pernicious description, for do we not read of the incense of good workers and the fragrance of holiness?" Such were literally the arguments by which the Cagots were thrown back into a worse position than ever, as far as regarded their rights as citizens. The Pope insisted that they should receive all their ecclesiastical privileges. The Spanish priests said nothing, but tacitly refused to allow the Cagots to mingle with the rest of the faithful, either dead or alive. The Accursed Race obtained laws in their favour from the Emperor Charles V, which, however, there was no one to carry into effect. As a sort of revenge for their want of submission and for their impertinence in daring to complain, their tools were all taken away from them by the local authorities. An old man and all his family died of starvation, being no longer allowed to fish. They could not emigrate; even to remove their poor mud habitations from one spot to another excited anger and suspicion. To be sure, in 1695 the Spanish Government ordered the alcaldes to search out all the Cagots and to expel them before 2 months had expired, under pain of having 50 ducats to pay for every Cagot remaining in Spain at the expiration of that time. The inhabitants of the villages rose up and flogged out any of the miserable race who might be in their neighbourhood. But the French were on their guard against this enforced irruption, and refused to permit them to enter France. Numbers were hunted up in the inhospitable Pyrenees, and there died of starvation, or became a prey to wild beasts. They were obliged to wear both gloves and shoes when they were thus put to flight, otherwise the stones and herbage they trod upon and the balustrades of the bridges that they handled in crossing would, according to popular belief, have become poisonous. And all this time there was nothing remarkable or disgusting in the outward appearance of this unfortunate people. There was nothing about them to countenance the idea of their being lepers, the most natural mode of accounting for the abhorrence in which they were held. They were repeatedly examined by learned doctors, whose experiments, although singular and rude, appear to have been made in a spirit of humanity. For instance, the surgeons of the King of Navarre, in 1600, bled 22 Cagots in order to examine and analyse their blood. They were young and healthy people of both sexes, and the doctors seem to have expected that they should have been able to extract some new kind of salt from their blood which might account for the wonderful heat of their bodies. But their blood was just like that of other people. Some of these medical men have left us a description of the general appearance of this unfortunate race, at a time when they were more numerous and less intermixed than they are now. The families existing in the south and west of France, who are reputed to be of Cagot descent at this day, are, like their ancestors, tall, largely made, and powerful in frame, fair and ruddy in complexion, with grey blue eyes, in which some observers see a pensive heaviness of look. Their lips are thick but well formed. Some of the reports name their sad expression of countenance with surprise and suspicion. "They are not gay like other folk." The wonder would be if they were. Dr. Guillain, the medical man of the last century who has left the clearest report on the health of the Cagots, speaks of the vigorous old age they attain to. In one family alone he found a man of 74 years of age, a woman as old gathering cherries, and another woman, aged 83, was lying on the grass, having her hair combed by her great grandchildren. Dr. Guillain and other surgeons examined into the subject of the horribly infectious smell which the cagots were said to have left behind them, and upon everything they touched, but they could perceive nothing unusual on this head. They also examined their ears, which according to common belief, a belief existing to this day, were differently shaped from those of other people, being round and gristly, without the lobe of flesh into which the ear ring is inserted. They decided that most of the cagots whom they examined had the ears of this round shape, but they gravely added that they saw no reason why this should exclude them from the good will of men, and from the power of holding office in Church and State. They recorded the fact that the children of the towns ran baying after any cagot who had been compelled to come into the streets to make purchases, in allusion to this peculiarity of the shape of the ear, which bore some resemblance to the ears of the sheep, as they are cut by the shepherds in this district. Dr. Guillain names the case of a beautiful cagot girl who sang most sweetly and prayed to be allowed to sing canticles in the organ loft. The organist, more musician than bigot, allowed her to come, but the indignant congregation, finding out whence proceeded this clear, fresh voice, rushed up to the organ loft and chased the girl out, bidding her "remember her ears," and not commit the sacrilege of singing praises to God along with the pure race. But this medical report of Dr. Guillain, bringing facts and arguments to confirm his opinion that there was no physical reason why the cagots should not be received on terms of social equality by the rest of the world, did no more for his clients than the legal decrees promulgated 2 centuries before had done. The French proved the truth of the sayings in Hudibras: "He that's convinced against his will is of the same opinion still." And indeed, the being convinced by Dr. Guillain that they ought to receive cagots as fellow creatures, only made them more rabid in declaring that they would not. 1 or 2 little occurrences which are recorded show that the bitterness of the repugnance to the cagots was in full force at the time just preceding the first French Revolution. There was a M. d'Abedos, the curate of Lourdes, and brother to the seigneur of the neighbouring castle, who was living in 1780. He was well educated for the time, a travelled man, and sensible and moderate in all respects but that of his abhorrence of the cagots. He would insult them from the very altar, calling out to them as they stood afar off, "Oh ye cagots, damned for evermore." One day a half blind cagot stumbled and touched the censer borne before this Abbé of Lourdes. He was immediately turned out of the church and forbidden ever to re enter it. One does not know how to account for the fact that the very brother of this bigoted abbé, the seigneur of the village, went and married a cagot girl, but so it was, and the abbé brought a legal process against him, and has his estates taken from him, solely on account of his marriage, which reduced him to the condition of a cagot, against whom the old law was still in force. The descendants of this Seigneur de Lourdes are simple peasants at this very day, working on the lands which belonged to their grandfather. This prejudice against mixed marriages remained prevalent until very lately. The tradition of the cagot descent lingered among the people long after the laws against the accursed race were abolished. A Breton girl, within the last few years, having 2 lovers each of reputed cagot descent, employed a notary to examine their pedigrees and see which of the 2 had least cagot in him, and to that one she gave her hand. In Brittany the prejudice seems to have been more virulent than anywhere else. M. Emile Souvestre records proofs of the hatred borne to them in Brittany so recently as in 1835. Just lately a baker in Hennebon, having married a girl of cagot descent, lost all his custom. The godfather and godmother of a cagot child became cagots themselves by the Breton laws, unless, indeed, the poor little baby died before attaining a certain number of days. They had to eat the butcher's meat condemned as unhealthy, but for some unknown reason they were considered to have a right to every cut leaf turned upside down, with its cut side towards the door, and might enter any house in which they saw a loaf in this position and carry it away with them. About 30 years ago there was the skeleton of a hand hanging up as an offering in a Breton church near Quimperle, and the tradition was that it was the hand of a rich cagot who had dared to take holy water out of the usual benitier, some time at the beginning of the reign of Louis XVI, which an old soldier witnessing, he lay in wait, and the next time the offender approached the benitier he cut off his hand and hung it up, dripping with blood, as an offering to the patron saint of the church. The poor cagots in Brittany petitioned against their opprobrious name, and begged to be distinguished by the appellation of Malandrin. To English ears one is much the same like the other, as neither conveys any meaning, but to this day the descendants of the cagots do not like to have this name applied to them, preferring that of Malandrin. The French cagots tried to destroy all the records of their pariah descent in the commotions of 1789, but if writings have disappeared the tradition yet remains, and points out such and such as a family of Cagot, or Malandrin, or Wesselier, according to the old terms of abhorrence. There are various ways in which learned men have attempted to account for the universal repugnance in which this well-made, powerful race are held. Some say that the antipathy to them took its rise in the days when leprosy was a dreadfully prevalent disease, and that the Cagots were more liable than any other men to a kind of skin disease, not precisely leprosy, but resembling it in some of its symptoms, such as dead whiteness of complexion and swelling of the face and extremities. There was also some resemblance to the ancient Jewish custom in respect to lepers in the habit of the people, who on meeting a cagot called out "Cagote, cagote," to which they were bound to reply "Perlut, perlut." Leprosy is not properly an infectious complaint, in spite of the horror in which the cagot furniture and the cloth woven by them are held in some places. The disorder is hereditary, and hence, say this body of wise men who have troubled themselves to account for the origin of cagotery, the reasonableness and the justice of preventing any mixed marriages, by which this terrible tendency to leprous complaints might be spread far and wide. Another authority says that though the cagots are fine looking men, hard working, and good mechanics, yet they bear in their faces, and show in their actions, reasons for the detestation in which they are held. Their glance, if you meet it, is the jettatura, or evil eye, and they are spiteful and cruel, and deceitful above all other men. All these qualities they derive from their ancestor Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, together with their tendency to leprosy. Again it is said that they are descended from the Aryan Goths, who were permitted to live in certain places in Guyenne and Languedoc after their defeat by King Clovis, on condition that they abjured their heresy and kept themselves separate from all other men for ever. The principal reason alleged in support of this supposition of their Gothic descent is the specious one of derivation, chien goth, Caunguets, Cagots, equivalent to dogs of Goths. Again they were thought to be Saracens coming from Syria. In confirmation of this idea there was the belief that all Cagots were possessed by a horrible smell. The Lombards also were an unfragrant race, or so reputed among the Italians. Witness Pope Stephen's letter to Charlemagne, dissuading him from marrying Bertha, daughter of Didier, King of Lombardy. The Lombards boasted of Eastern descent and were noisome. The Cagots were noisome and therefore must be of Eastern descent. What could be clearer? In addition, there was the proof to be derived from the name Cagot, which those maintaining the opinion of their Saracen descent held to be chien or chasseur de Goths, because the Saracens chased the Goths out of Spain. Moreover, the Saracens were originally Mahomedans, and as such obliged to bathe 7 times a day, whence the badge of the duck's foot. A duck was a water bird, Mahomedans bathed in the water. Proof upon proof. In Brittany the common idea was that they were of Jewish descent. Their unpleasant smell was again pressed into service. The Jews, it was well known, had this physical infirmity which might be cured either by bathing in a certain fountain of Egypt, which was a long way from Brittany, or by anointing themselves with the blood of a Christian child. Blood gushed out of the body of every Cagot on Good Friday, no wonder if they were of Jewish descent. It was the only way of accounting for so portentous a fact. Again, the Cagots were capital carpenters, which gave the Bretons every reason to believe that their ancestors were the very Jews who made the cross. When first the tide of immigration set from Brittany to America, the oppressed Cagots crowded to the ports, seeking to go to some new country, where their race might be unknown. Here was another proof of their descent from Abraham and his nomadic people, and the 40 years' wandering in the wilderness and the wandering Jew himself were pressed into the service to prove that the Cagots derived their restlessness and love of change from their ancestors the Jews. The Jews also practised arts magic, and the Cagots sold bags of wind to the Breton sailors, enchanted maidens to love them, maidens who never would have cared for them unless they had been previously enchanted, made hollow rocks and trees give out strange and unearthly noises, and sold the magical herb called bon sucé. It is true enough that in all the early acts of the 14th century the same laws apply to Jews as to Cagots, and the appellations seem used indiscriminately, but their fair complexions, their remarkable devotion to all the ceremonies of the Catholic Church, and many other circumstances conspire to forbid us believing them to be of Hebrew descent. Another very plausible idea is that they are descendants of unfortunate individuals afflicted with goitres, which is even to this day not an uncommon disorder in the gorges and valleys of the Pyrenees. Some have even derived the word goitre from Goth or Goth, but their name, Crestia, is not unlike Cretin, and the same symptoms of idiotism were not unusual among the Cagots, although sometimes, if the old tradition is to be credited, their malady of the brain took rather the form of violent delirium, which attacked them at the new and full moons. Then the workmen laid down their tools and rushed off from their labour to play mad pranks up and down the country. Perpetual motion was required to alleviate the agony of fury that seized upon the Cagots at such times. In this desire for rapid movement the attack resembled the Neapolitan tarantella, while in the mad deeds they performed during such attacks they were not unlike the northern berserker. In Bearn especially, those suffering from this madness were dreaded by the pure race. The Bearnais, going to cut their wooden clogs in the great forests that lay around the base of the Pyrenees, feared above all things to go too near the periods when the Cagoutels seized on the oppressed and accursed people, from whom it was then the oppressor's turn to fly. A man was living within the memory of some who married a Cagot wife. He used to beat her right soundly when he saw the first symptoms of the Cagoutel, and having reduced her to a wholesome state of exhaustion and insensibility, he locked her up until the moon had altered her shape in the heavens. If he had not taken such decided steps, say the oldest inhabitants, there is no knowing what might have happened. From the 13th to the end of the 19th century there are facts enough to prove the universal abhorrence in which the unfortunate race was held. Whether called Cagots or Gahets in the Pyrenean districts, Cacots in Brittany, or Yaqueros Asturias. The great French Revolution brought some good out of its fermentation of the people. The more intelligent among them tried to overcome the prejudice against the Cagots. In 1718 there was a famous case tried at Biarritz relating to Cagot rights and privileges. There was a wealthy miller, Etienne Arnaud by name, of the race of Goths, Cagots, Visigoths, Astragots, or Gahets, as his people are described in the legal document. He married an heiress, a Gothais or Cagot of Biarritz, and the newly married well-to-do couple saw no reason why they should stand near the door in the church, nor why he should not hold some civil office in the commune, of which he was the principal inhabitant. Accordingly, he petitioned the law that he and his wife might be allowed to sit in the gallery of the church, and that he might be relieved from his civil disabilities. This wealthy white miller, Etienne Arnaud, pursued his rights with some vigour against the bailli of Labourd, the dignitary of the neighbourhood, whereupon the inhabitants of Biarritz met in the open air on the 8th May to the number of 150, approved of the conduct of the bailli in rejecting Arnaud, made a subscription, and gave all power to their lawyers to defend the cause of the pure race against Etienne Arnaud, "that stranger," who having married a girl of Cagot blood, ought also to be expelled from the holy places. This lawsuit was carried through all the local courts, and ended by an appeal to the highest court in Paris, where a decision was given against Basque superstitions, and Etienne Arnaud was thenceforward entitled to enter the gallery of the church. Of course the inhabitants of Biarritz were all the more ferocious for having been conquered, and 4 years later a carpenter named Miguel Legaret, suspected of Cagot descent, having placed himself in the church among other people, was dragged out by the Abbé and 2 of the curates of the parish. Legaret defended himself with a sharp knife at the time, and went to law afterwards, the end of which was that the Abbé and his 2 accomplices were condemned to a public confession of penitence, to be uttered while on their knees at the church door just after High Mass. They appealed to the Parliament of Bordeaux against this decision, but met with no better success than the opponents of the miller Arnaud. Legaret was confirmed in his right of standing where he would in the parish church. That a living Cagot had equal rights with other men in the town of Biarritz seemed now ceded to them, but a dead Cagot was a different thing. The inhabitants of pure blood struggled long and hard to be interred apart from the abhorred race. The Cagots were equally persistent in claiming to have a common burying ground. Again the texts of the Old Testament were referred to, and the pure blood quoted triumphantly the precedent of Uzziah the Leper, 26th chapter of the 2nd book of Chronicles, who was buried in the field of the sepulchres of the kings, not in the sepulchres themselves. The Cagots pleaded that they were healthy and able-bodied, with no taint of leprosy near them. They were met by the strong argument so difficult to be refuted, which I quoted before. Leprosy was of 2 kinds, perceptible and imperceptible. If the Cagots were suffering from the latter kind, who could tell whether they were free from it or not? That decision must be left to the judgment of others. One sturdy Cagot family alone, Bellon by name, kept up a lawsuit claiming the privilege of common sepulchre for 42 years, although the Curé of Biarritz had to pay 100 livres for every Cagot not interred in the right place. The inhabitants indemnified the curate for all these fines. Messier de Romani, Bishop of Tarbes, who died in 1768, was the first to allow a Cagot to fill any office in the church. To be sure, some were so spiritless as to reject office when it was offered to them, because, by so claiming their equality, they had to pay the same taxes as other men, instead of the rancal or poll tax levied on the Cagots, the collector of which had also a right to claim a piece of bread of a certain size for his dog at every Cagot dwelling. Even in the present century it has been necessary in some churches for the archdeacon of the district, followed by all his clergy, to pass out of the small door previously appropriated to the Cagots, in order to mitigate the superstition which, even so lately, made the people refuse to mingle with them in the house of God. A Cagot once played the congregation at La Roque a trick suggested by what I have just named. He slyly locked the great parish door of the church, while the greater part of the inhabitants were assisting at Mass inside, put gravel into the lock itself so as to prevent the use of any duplicate key, and had the pleasure of seeing the proud pure-blooded people file out with bended head through the small low door used by the abhorred Cagots. We are naturally shocked at discovering, from facts such as these, the causeless rancour with which innocent and industrious people were so recently persecuted. The moral of the story of the accursed race may, perhaps, be best conveyed in the words of an epitaph on Mrs. Mary Hand, who lies buried in the churchyard of Stratford-on-Avon. What faults you saw in me, pray strive to shun, and look at home there's something to be done. End of An Accursed Race, by Elizabeth Gaskell.
The Blues and the Greens of Justinian, by Procopius, 500 to 570 A.D. From Chapter 7 of the Secret History of the Court of Justinian. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the former part of my history, I have explained how the people had long been divided into 2 factions. Justinian associated himself with one of these, the blues, which had previously favored him, and was thus enabled to upset everything and throw all into disorder. Thereby the Roman constitution was beaten to its knees. However, all the blues did not agree to follow his views, but only those who were inclined to revolutionary measures. Yet, as the evil spread, these very men came to be regarded as the most moderate of mankind, for they used their opportunities of doing wrong less than they might have done. Nor did the revolutionists of the green faction remain idle, but they also, as far as they were able, continually perpetrated all kinds of excesses, although individuals of their number were continually being punished. This only made them bolder, for men, when they are treated harshly, usually become desperate. At this time Justinian, by openly encouraging and provoking the blue faction, shook the Roman Empire to its foundation, like an earthquake or a flood, or as though each city had been taken by the enemy. Everything was everywhere thrown into disorder. Nothing was left alone. The laws and the whole fabric of the state were altogether upset, and became the very opposite of what they had been. First of all, the revolutionists altered the fashion of wearing the hair, for they cut it short in a manner quite different from that of the rest of the Romans. They never touched the moustache and beard, but let them grow like the Persians. But they shaved the hair off the front part of their heads, as far as the temples, and let it hang down long and in disorder behind, like the Massagetae. Wherefore they called this the Hunnic fashion of wearing the hair. In the next place, they all chose to wear richly embroidered dresses, far finer than became their several stations in life, but they were able to pay for them out of their illicit gains. The sleeves of their tunics were made as tight as possible at the wrists, but from thence to the shoulder were of an astounding width, and whenever they moved their hands, in applauding in the theatre or the hippodrome, or encouraging the competitors, this part of the tunic was waved aloft, to convey to the ignorant the impression that they were so beautifully made and so strong that they were obliged to wear such robes as these to cover their muscles. They did not perceive that the empty width of their sleeves only made their bodies appear even more stunted than they were. The cloaks, drawers, and shoes which they mostly affected were called after the Huns, and made in their fashion. At first they almost all openly went about armed at night, but by day hid short two-edged swords upon their thighs under their cloaks. They gathered together in gangs as soon as it became dusk, and robbed respectable people in the market-place and in the narrow lanes, knocking men down and taking their cloaks, belts, gold buckles, and anything else they had in their hands. Some they murdered as well as robbed, that they might not tell others what had befallen them. These acts roused the indignation of all men, even the least disaffected members of the blue faction. But as they began not to spare even these, the greater part began to wear brazen belts and buckles and much smaller cloaks than became their station, lest their fine clothes should be their death. And before the sun set they went home and hid themselves. But the evil spread, and as the authorities in charge of the people did nothing to punish the criminals, these men became very daring. For crime, when encouraged to manifest itself openly, always increases enormously, seeing that even when punished it cannot be entirely suppressed. Indeed, most men are naturally inclined to evil doing. Such was the behavior of the blues. As for the opposite faction, some of them joined the bands of their opponents, hoping thus to be able to avenge themselves upon the party which had ill-used them. Some fled secretly to other lands, while many were caught on the spot and killed by their adversaries, or by order of the government. A number of young men also joined this party. without having previously taken any interest in such matters, being attracted by the power and the license which it gave them to do evil. Indeed, there was no sort of villainy known amongst men which was not committed at this time unpunished. In the beginning, men put away their own opponents, but as time went on, they murdered men who had done them no hurt. Many bribed the Blues to kill their personal enemies, whom they straightway slew, and declared that they were Greens, though they might never have seen them before. And these things were not done in the dark, or by stealth, but at all hours of the day, and in every part of the city, before the eyes, as it might be, of the chief men of the state, for they no longer needed to conceal their crimes, because they had no fear of punishment. But to kill an unarmed passer-by with one blow was a sort of claim to public esteem, and a means of proving one's strength and courage. Life became so uncertain that people lost all expectation of security, for everyone continually had death before his eyes, and no place or time seemed to offer any hope of safety, seeing that men were slain indiscriminately in the holiest churches, and even during divine service. No one could trust friends or relations, for many were slain at the instance of their nearest of kin. No inquiry took place into such occurrences, but these blows fell unexpectedly on everyone, and no one helped the fallen. Laws and contracts, which were considered confirmed, had no longer any force. Everything was thrown into confusion and settled by violence. The government resembled a despotism, not a securely established one, but one which was changed almost daily, and was ever beginning afresh. The minds of the chief magistrates seemed stricken with consternation, and their spirits cowed by the fear of one single man. The judges gave sentence on disputed points not according to what they thought to be lawful and right, but according as each of the litigants was a friend or an enemy of the ruling faction. For any judge who disregarded their instructions was punished with death. Many creditors also were compelled by main force to restore their bills to their debtors, without having received anything of what was owing them, and many, against their will, had to bestow freedom upon their slaves. It is said that some ladies were forced to submit to the embraces of their own slaves, and the sons of leading men who had been mixed up with these youths forced their fathers to hand over their property to them, and to do many other things against their will. Many boys with their fathers' knowledge were forced to undergo dishonor at the hands of the Blues, and women living with their own husbands were forced to submit to the like treatment. We are told that a woman who was not over well dressed was sailing with her husband in a boat towards a suburb across the strait. They met on their way some men of this faction, who took her away from her husband with threats, and placed her in their own boat. When she entered the boat together with these young men, she secretly told her husband to take courage, and not to fear any evil for her. "Never," said she, "will I permit myself to be outraged." And while her husband was gazing on her with the greatest sorrow, she sprang into the sea, and was never seen again. Such were the outrages which the people of this faction dared to commit in Byzantium. Yet all this did not so much gall the victims as Justinian's offences against the state. For those who suffer most cruelly from evil-doers are in great part consoled by the expectation that the law and the authorities will avenge them. If they have any hope for the future, men bear their present sufferings with a much lighter heart. But when they are outraged by the established government, they are naturally much more hurt by the evil which befalls them, and the improbability of redress drives them to despair. Justinian's fault was, not only that he turned a deaf ear to the complaints of the injured, but did not even disdain to behave himself as the avowed chief of this party; that he gave great sums of money to these youths, and kept many of them in his own retinue; that he even went so far as to appoint some of them to governments and other official posts. End of The Blue and the Greens of Justinian by Procopius, 500 to 570 A.D.
The Burning of Peshtigo, from a correspondent for the New York Tribune. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the beginning of our account of the Chicago conflagration, we made reference to the great fires in the pine woods of Wisconsin and Michigan. The loss of life was greater in those fearful fires than in the Chicago disaster. It is estimated that over 1,000 human beings perished in the flames that swept like a besom of destruction over thousands of acres of wooded country in the Northwest. Involved in this wholesale destruction was the village of Peshtigo, near Green Bay, Wisconsin. This was one of the most appalling disasters on record. It occurred on the same day on which the great Chicago fire commenced. A correspondent of the New York Tribune, writing from Peshtigo, or where it had been, under date of October 20, 1871, thus describes the horrid visitation and its incidents, and the scenes after the destruction of the village. This letter, to give it a local habitation and a name, is dated where Peshtigo was. In the glory of this Indian summer afternoon, I look out on the ghastliest clearing that ever lay before mortal eyes. The sandy streets glisten with a frightful smoothness, and calcined fragments are all that remain of imposing edifices and hundreds of peaceful homes. This ominous clearing is in the center of the blackened, withered forest of oak, pine, and tamarack, with a swift river, the Peshtigo, gliding silently through the center from northeast to southwest. Situated 7 miles from the Green Bay on the Peshtigo River, the town commanded all the lumber trade of the northern peninsula, and grew rapidly into importance as a frontier mart of Chicago. Built by an enterprising but lately singularly unfortunate Chicago sufferer, William B. Ogden, the town has had but one purpose: to make money for its founder and keep up the lumber interests. But one industry breeds many, and in time a railroad running 7 miles to the bay connected the little city with a great chain of lakes. Great foundries and machine shops rose on the banks of the river, and a busy mill stood in ceaseless operation in the center of the town. The banks of the Peshtigo teemed with a rich and various growth of timber, and the trade of years stood always in perspective to her busy people. The Great Northern Pacific Railroad was to be tapped by a road even now building to the place where Peshtigo was, and every hamlet and town in northern Wisconsin envied and admired the wonderful little city. The keen eye of trade and speculation was not deceived. Population flocked in amain, and fully 2,000 people had established permanent homes. The site was well chosen for beauty as well as business. The river at this point runs through a slight bluff which breaks into a low flat before the stream escapes from the borders of the town. The excellent water power as well as the lumber interests had determined the spot, and a mill was one of the first establishments in operation when the walls of the village began to rise. Below the mill, the ground on either bank sloped gently into low pebbly flats which joined the water's edge a few rods from the center of the town. The business and residence streets were wide and well laid out, the houses prettily built and carefully painted, and little ornamental gardens were frequent. The river cut the town pretty fairly in twain, the works and shops of the Peshtigo Company covering most of the northeastern shore, while trade and business, for the main part, held themselves on the southwestern bank. The site was, and is to this day, unmistakably a clearing, a solid wall of pine, oak, and tamarack hedge in the desolate waste even now. As it stood, the pretty bustling village combined the orderly enterprise of New England and the irrepressible vigor of the typical western city. Roads cut through the forest communicated with a long line of prospering lumbering hamlets and thriving farms to the west and south. The surrounding woods were interspersed with innumerable open glades of crisp brown herbage and dried furze, which had for weeks glowed with the autumn fires that infest these regions. Little heed was paid them, for the first rain would inevitably quench the flames. But the rain never came, and finally valiant battle was waged far and near against the slowly increasing fires. In this, as in other towns, the danger was thought well warded off by the general precautions. The fire had raged up to the very outskirts of the town weeks before that fatal Sunday, and the firemen set outward to fight the enemy. Everything inflammable had apparently been taken out of harm's way on that memorable Sunday. One careful citizen traversed the western outskirt and assured his people that no danger could come from that quarter. The sharp air of early October had sent the people in from the evening church services more promptly than usual, although numbers delayed to speculate on a great noise in the dew which set in ominously from the west. The housewives looked trembling at the fires and lights within, and the men took a last look at the possibilities without. For many it was truly a last glimpse. The noise grew in volume and came nearer and nearer with terrific crackling and detonations. The forest rocked and tossed tumultuously. A dire alarm fell upon the imprisoned village, for the swirling blast came now from every side. In one awful instant, before expectation could give shape to the horror, a great flame shot up in the western heavens, and in countless fiery tongues struck downward into the village, piercing every object that stood in the town like a red-hot bolt. A deafening roar, mingled with blasts of electric flame, filled the air and paralyzed every soul in the place. There was no beginning to the work of ruin. The flaming whirlwind swirled in an instant through the town. There is no diversity in general experience. All heard the first inexplicable roar. Some aver that the earth shook, while a credulous few avow that the heavens opened, and the fire rained down from above. Moved by a common instinct, for all they knew that the woods that encircled the town were impenetrable, every habitation was deserted to the flames, and the gasping multitude flocked to the river. On the west the mad horde saw the bridge in flames in a score of places, and turning sharply to the left with one accord, plunged into the water. 300 people wedged themselves in between the rolling boom, swayed to and fro by the current, where they roasted in the hot breath of flame that hovered above them and singed the hair on each head momentarily exposed above the water. Here despairing men and women held their children, till the cold water came as an ally to the flames and deprived them of their strength. Meantime the eastern bank was densely crowded by the dying and the dead. Rushing to the river from this direction, the swirling blast met the victims full in the face and mowed a swath through the fleeing throng. Inhalation was annihilation. Scores fell before the first blast. A few were able to crawl to the pebbly flats, but so dreadfully disfigured that death must have been preferable. All could not reach the river. Even the groups that fell prone on the grateful damp flats suffered excruciating agony. The fierce blaze, playing in tremendous counter currents above them on the higher ground, was sufficiently strong to set the clothing aflame, and the flying sand, heated as by a furnace, blistered the flesh wherever it fell. All that could break through the stifling simoon had come to the river. In the red glare they could see the sloping bank covered with the bodies of those who fell by the way. Few living on the back streets succeeded in reaching the river, the hot breath of the fire cutting them down as they ran. But here a new danger befell. The cows, terrified by smoke and flames, rushed in a great lowing drove to the river brink. Men and children were trampled by the frightened brutes, and many, losing their hold on the friendly logs, were swept under the waters. This was the situation above the bridge. Below, a no less harrowing thing happened. The burning timbers of the mill, built at the edge of the bridge, blew and floated down upon the multitude assembled near the flats, and inflicted the most lamentable sufferings. The men fought this new death bitterly. Those who were fortunate enough to have coats flung them over the heads of wives and children, and dipped water with their hats on the improvised shelter. Scores had every shred of hair burned off in the battle, and many lost their lives in protecting others. The firemen had made an effort to save some of the important buildings, and the hose was run from the river to some important edifice. The heat instantly stopped the attempt, but not before the hose, swollen with water, had been burned through in 100 places. Although the onslaught of fire and wind had been instantaneous, and the destruction almost simultaneous, the fierce stifling currents of heat careered through the air for hours. These currents were more fatal than the flames of the burning village. Ignorant of the extent of the fire, and the frightful combination of wind and flames, many of the company's workmen, some with wives and children, shut themselves up in the great brick building and perished in the raging heat of the next half hour. Others on the remote streets broke for the clearing beyond the woods, but few ever passed the burning barrier. Within the boundaries of the town and accessible to the multitude, the river accommodation was rather limited, and when the animals had crowded in, the situation was full of despair. The flats were covered with prone figures, with packs ablaze, and faces pressed rigidly into the cooling, moist earth. The flames played about and above all with incessant deafening roar. The tornado was but momentary, but was succeeded by maelstroms of fire, smoke, cinders, and red-hot sand. Wherever a building seemed to resist the fire, the roof would be sent whirling in the air, breaking into clouds of flame as it fell. The shower of sparks, cinders, and hot sand fell in continuous and prodigious force, and did quite as much in killing the people as the first terrific sirocco that succeeded the fire. The wretched throng, neck deep in the water, and the still more helpless beings stretched on the heated sands, were pierced and blistered by those burning particles. They seemed like lancets of red-hot steel penetrating the thickest covering. The evidence now remains to attest the incredible force of the slenderest pencils of darting flame. Hard iron wood plough handles still remain, perforated as though by minnie balls, and for the main part unburned. When the hapless dwellers in the remote streets saw themselves cut off from the river, groups broke in all directions in a wild panic of fright and terror. A few took refuge in a cleared field bordering on the town. Here, flat upon the ground, with faces pressed in the sand, the helpless sufferers lay and roasted. But few survived the dreadful agony. The next day revealed a picture exceeding in horror any battlefield. Mothers with children hugged closely lay in rigid groups, the clothes burned off, and the poor flesh seared to a crisp. One mother, solicitous only for her babe, embalms her unutterable love in the terrible picture left on these woeful sands. With her bare fingers she had scraped out a pass, as the soldiers did before Petersburg, and pressing the little one into this, she put her own body above it as a shield, and when the daylight came both were dead. The little baby, face unscarred, but the mother burned almost to cinders. The hardy lumbermen are not wont to exaggerate, and the perfect accord of every story and incident confirm every episode of this tragedy. Faithful to the helpless, a stout woodman carried out on his shoulders one deadly sick with fever. He burrowed for the helpless body a sepulchre, and then began the struggle for his own life. He had lingered too long, and his scarred body was found near the refuge of the man his heroism had preserved. The tornado played through the desolated streets and swept the river and the lowland adjoining. The timber of the mill floating down among the people made additional labor and danger, and daylight broke terribly on the saturated survivors before they dared drag their cramped limbs from the icy waters. The mingled crowd of men, women, and children, cows and swine, had held this watery refuge since 10 o'clock of the night before. Of the hundreds of human beings that entered the waters, not all escaped. The frightened cows trampled many under the waters. The blistering heat blinded many who groped hopelessly about in the current, and finally sunk. To this day none can tell how great was the slaughter in the waters. After the burning heat of the night, a numbing chill followed, and the water-soaked group crawled over dead bodies and hot sands to the only blazing building and all the waste about them. Groups of dead bodies were found within a stone's throw of the water. Families rushing down for a breathing place had been blown upon by the rushing blast and struck lifeless. The ghastly throng huddled, shrieking and bewailing, about the flaring embers, and the terrible roll of the missing was soon called from end to end of the ashen waste. No vestige of human habitation remained, and the steaming, freezing, wretched group, crazed by their unutterable terror and despair, pleaded with each other to restore the lost ones. The hot blasts of the night had blinded them, and they could but vaguely recognize one another in the murky light of the new day. Long after the flames had died out, when there was no more to feed on, the hot sands rendered moving about an exquisite torture, and long into the dismal midday the survivors were confined to the narrow circuit near the river. As the day wore on, help came in slowly from the northward. Several railroad gangs had escaped annihilation, and one gang, led by an ex-prize fighter named Mulligan, came with promptness and efficiency to the rescue, through miles of burning prairie and blockaded roads. On Sunday night, something over 2,000 people were assembled within the confines of this industrious, prosperous city. The dreadful morning light came upon a haggard, maniacal multitude of less than 700. When the work of rescue began, it was found that a great number had escaped by the bed of the river and the northern road to the port, and as the day advanced, half-naked stragglers, unkempt and blackened, began to stream into the sparse settlement. As the molten sands cooled off, the woeful work of recognition began. Peering into blackened faces, mothers, fathers, brothers, trembling, sought out missing ones. Some, in the immeasurable anguish of the moment, had dashed themselves against the sands and let out the life with their own hands that the licking flames coveted. Men too distant from the river to hope for rescue or safety had cut the throats of their choking children, and were found in groups, sometimes unscarred by the flames. In the streets full 20 corpses were found with no apparent injury or abrasion. Fatuous tradesmen, in the sudden rush of flame, had thrown their valuables into wells for security. Every well in the city was turned into a flaming pit, and the very waters half evaporated by the heat. Survivors attest that women and children, cut off from the rivers, were put into the wells and covered with bedding. I have looked into every well in the ash-covered clearing, and there is no possibility that a living thing could have endured the flames that boiled and seethed in them. For hours the unreasoning search was continued by the famished, dying remnants, but to little avail. The dead, when recognizable, lay where they had fallen in the streets. Where the houses stood, the ground was whipped clean as a carpet, and all hope of identifying human ashes was idle. The next night the long-prayed-for rain came, gratefully to the living, and kindly to the fleeting ashes of the dead. The great dread that hovered over the bay cities and towns was allayed, and the threatened danger nearly gone. Before dark, help came to the perishing sufferers from the neighboring villages. The wounded were taken by boat to Green Bay, whence some were forwarded to Milwaukee. From 9 o'clock Sunday night until dusk of Monday may be taken as the time of the main action of this terrible drama. By Tuesday the sweeping miles of fire had been quenched by Monday night's rain. A slight drizzle still further aided the work of rescue. The ravages of the one night's tornado left unmistakable traces on every hand. Through the solid growth of timber, a clean swath of blackened stumps and roots marked the course of the fiery tempest. The roads were cumbered with roasted cattle and frequently with the carcasses of bears and deer, while the ditches and cleared fields were strewed with smaller game and wild birds. Nearing the vicinity, sad relics were found, for those who penetrated eastward through the wall of flame met equally fierce flames in the clearest places. Remote dwellers on the high roads, warned of the great danger, with their families safely packed on their great farm wagons, made northward through the highways for security, but the flames engulfed them in the heart of the woods, and the fragments of stout vehicles, burned to the irons, now strew the road hither from Marinette, the last town on the northern Wisconsin border. The high road enters Peshtigo from the north, through a break in the encircling belt of woods where the pretty Episcopal church stood, the last to burn in the fatal place. Even before this was reached, a putrid hecatomb of dead cattle cumbered the crowded street. Among the pine scores lay, not burnt, but smothered to death. Through this underbrush 30 bodies of men and children were picked up, more or less injured by the fire. In a great many instances the human remains were distinguished from animals by the teeth alone. One horror-struck relative recognized the relics of his nephew by a penknife embedded in an oblong mound of ashes. What does it avail to narrate circumstantially the inexpressible horrors of these succeeding days? What good to tell of the dead faces staring upward through the calm waters, or the piteous circumstances of 100 heart-wrenching tragedies during and following that treacherous Sunday blast? No moral underlies the terrible story. All that frightened human nature was capable of came into play that direful night. The slaughter resulted from no sin of omission or commission on the part of man. No unseemly panic aided natural causes in achieving comparatively the completest devastation in human annals. On the contrary, superhuman daring and energy were put into active operation to mitigate preternatural horrors. The immensity of visible destruction at Chicago surpasses the completeness of this devastation, but Chicago, with all its woes, has not 2/3 of its citizens to deplore as dead. With one of the men who passed through that night of destruction, I wandered over the pretty rising plain where Peshtigo spread its thriving stores and handsome houses. Save where the houses were built with cellars, which was very rare, there is no trace of a former habitation. Here and there are metallic remnants of sewing machines and cracked stones. The hardware and drug stores leave almost the only reminders of things that were. A blackened mortar stands idly in a wild confusion of melted glass and lead, with the pestle ready for a new decoction. 2 or 3 men with troubled faces were moving about, putting up a shed for the relief committee. They answered civilly and sadly that they had been in the fire, but saved themselves and nearest kin. They should have starved to death if the outside world had not stepped in, and now hoped to be shortly on their feet again. They despaired of the bright, cheery little town ever being again as it was, but complacently reckoned if the scared ones didn't drive newcomers away by their silly stories, a new people would make a new Peshtigo. If you ever walked over the ground where a camp had been burned, and there are a few that served during the war that have not, you found there as much semblance of a substantial city as now marks the spot where Peshtigo's 2,000 people carried on the business of life a few days ago. On the bank of the river, fish killed by the lusting flame are still to be seen, which the day after the fire were soft and white and unwounded. Crossing the frail remnants of the bridge on timbers charred and fragile, my neighbor said it was as like Judgment Day as I can imagine. Friend Handsome, with his wife and 4 children, believed firmly that it was, and while the fire rained down he began to walk composedly up and down his parlor with his family about him, and I have never seen him since. The material loss is estimated at $3 million, the greater part of which falls on William B. Ogden, who suffered simultaneously greater losses in Chicago. but undaunted by his accumulating misfortunes, that energetic man instantly sent an agent on to rebuild the mills and shops, and gather a new people in the place if possible. There are 400 dead authentically accounted for there, besides half as many missing who cannot be accounted for, and probably never will be. Many of the mill hands and company's employees were utter strangers in the place, and the majority of them, something like 100, trusting to the stout walls of the company's building, perished in mass. End of The Burning of Peshtigo, by a correspondent with the New York Tribune.
Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chad Horner from Liverpool. Girls. In my capacity of publisher, I recently received a manuscript from a teacher, which embodied a number of answers given by her pupils to questions propounded. These answers show that the children had nothing but the sound to go by. The sense was perfectly empty. Here are some of their answers to words they were asked to define. Auriferous, pertaining to an orifice. Ammonia, the food of the gods. Equestrian, one who asks questions. Parasite, a kind of umbrella. Apicia, man who likes a good dinner. And here is the definition of an ancient word, honoured by a great party. Republican, a sinner mentioned in the Bible. And here is an innocent deliverance of a zoological kind. There are a good many donkeys in the theological gardens. Here also is a definition which really isn't very bad in its way. Demagogue, a vessel containing beer and other liquids. Here too is a sample of a boy's composition on girls, which I must say I rather like. Girls are very stuck up and dignified in their manner and behaviour. They think more of dress than anything, and like to play with dolls and rags. They cry if they see a cow in a far distance, and are afraid of guns. They stay at home all the time and go to church every Sunday. They are always sick. They are always fury and making fun of boys' hands. And they say, how dirty. They can't play marbles. I pity them, poor things. They make fun of boys and then turn round and love them. I don't believe they ever killed a cat or anything. They look out every night and say, oh, ain't the moon lovely? There is one thing I have not told, and that is they always know their lessons better'n boys. End of Girls by Mark Twain.
How Much Shall We Spend for Food? By Mary Ellis Nichols. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How much shall we spend for food? The question, how little can we spend for food, has been considered over and over again, and especially during the time of financial stress has been of the greatest interest to the housewife. Undoubtedly, the cost of food is the item of household expense that varies most in different families, and consequently the item that can be modified most easily. Hence the interest in the question of how little is needed to run a satisfactory table. But the question, how much shall we spend for food, is quite different. It is an ethical rather than an economic question, and as such is worthy of our careful consideration. Granting absolute freedom in the use of money, how is one to decide, not how small an amount she can get along with, but how much she will be justified in spending upon food for her family? Or is it necessary for her to decide at all? Shall she buy the food that she needs and wishes without regard to cost? That is the method often employed. Only last week a friend informed me, in a way that made me feel that she considered figuring on the cost of food penurious, that she had never attempted to run her table on a certain amount. She had always bought the things that she knew the family liked without regard to cost. I never know how much my table bills are going to be till they come in, she concluded. Yes, I answered, but do you buy your clothes in the same way? Did you know how much you were to pay for your beautiful new cloak before it came home? The reply was prompt. How ridiculous! Of course I did. I never buy a garment without knowing its price. If I cannot afford $100 cost, I get one for $50, or $35, or for $25. But food is different. We must eat. True, we must eat, but health and even happiness do not depend on our eating squabs and sweetbreads, much less strawberries in January. Spring chicken may be a common article of food in one family and an inexcusable luxury in another, while even chops and beefsteak may be extravagances in a third. My family insist on having grapefruit for breakfast every morning, groaned my friend, who was trying to live within her income. Grapefruit is delicious and wholesome, so if a family can afford it and want it, it should be on their table every morning. But oranges are nearly as good, baked apples just as wholesome, and prunes are the most digestible of fruits, as witnessed by the fact that they are almost the first to be given babies. I once confided to my grocer's wife, who was assisting her husband on Saturday morning, that I could not afford a certain tempting tidbit, for if I did I should go over my table allowance. She looked interested, and at last hesitatingly asked if I minded telling her how much my allowance was. We each catered, as it happened, for the same number, 5. I named the amount, which while not large was ample to provide a table that seemed to please and satisfy my own family. Her curiosity turned to surprise. Why, she said, my own table never costs less than $36 a week, and of course all the fruit, vegetables, and dry groceries are bought at wholesale. The grocer lived over his store. He worked early and late to provide an income for his family. His eldest daughter kept his books, his wife did the housework and helped out in the store Saturday mornings, and yet they spent more than $7 per person for food each week. Any woman who has made a little study of food values and the cost of food knows that for a family so situated that amount is folly, almost sin. But what of the wife of a man on a $5,000 salary who spends the same amount? Is she any wiser? In short, how is one to know how much she has a right to spend for food? To begin with, every family should have enough good wholesome food to keep up strength in the adult members of the family and to furnish material for the growth of the children. In addition, the food should be varied enough to make it palatable. That much expenditure is a necessity. If the family income allows, more delicate but not less nourishing food may be substituted, as the finer cuts and varieties of meat, some of the hothouse vegetables, more fruit and relishes of different sorts. If there is no reason why the housewife should limit the amount she spends for food, she will of course make her table as dainty as possible, freely using the hothouse products and imported delicacies which belong with jewels, oriental rugs, and old masters. But even then the wise woman will know what is a reasonable amount to spend for the results she expects, and will keep within it. If she does not insist on adequate returns for her money, she will encourage waste in her domestics and dishonesty in her trade folk. The real test of how much one can afford to spend for food, then, is how much can be used beyond what is absolutely necessary without encroaching on the funds that should be used for other purposes. What is necessary being understood to mean the food that would be sufficient to keep up strength and growth, in distinction from what is desired, as illustrated by my friend's grapefruit. Exactly what this sum shall be, every housewife who earnestly wishes to do her duty by her family must discover for herself. It may be 50%, it may be 25, it may be only 10, but she must know how much it is and keep within it if she is to make a wise distribution of the funds at her disposal. The problem is really one in simple proportion. What can the family afford in other things? For example, my grocer's family had a table that should have presupposed a house to themselves, attractive furniture, books and periodicals, the young daughter in school, instead of behind her father's desk, and some assistance in the home for the overworked mother. The housewife will make no mistake who takes care that a nice proportion is maintained. If she makes sure that charity, art, books, hospitality, travel, home decoration, yes, and clothes, all have due consideration, she will be able to decide how much she can afford to spend for food. End of How Much Shall We Spend for Food? One of the World's Most Famous Tables by Francis R. Sterrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Is there any table in history or story that is better known to old and young than that of King Arthur? Have we not all thrilled at the doughty deeds performed by the knights of that marvelous table? Have we not, too, regarded it as a myth, or as one of the important accessories of a mythical tale, enchanting because it was mythical? How we deceived ourselves, for the table was real. It must have been, for you can see it to this day high on the wall of the great hall in Winchester Castle, England. The custodian of the castle declares that the huge round of stout boards is the actual table around which King Arthur and his knights assembled, and as proof he quotes from the Winchester Annals, an authentic record of all that has taken place in and around Winchester, which was once the royal seat of England, and this record runs back for many hundred years. The table is mentioned many times in the Annals. Once it was shown to William the Conqueror after his invasion of England, and other entries prove that it has hung in Winchester Castle for over 500 years. Think of that, boys and girls, of all ages, who have reveled in the stories of the peerless king, his round table, and his brave knights. According to the custodian, the table was made, in the beginning, by Merlin, the wise magician, for Guinevere's grandfather, and her father presented it to her and the young King Arthur on their wedding day. When King Arthur established his famous order of the Knights of the Round Table, and chose from among the many brave men at his court those who were to assist him with their counsel in times of peace and war, he took this wedding gift for his banquet table, as it had neither head nor foot, a higher nor a lower place, and the king, as you remember, wished all who sat there to be equals. The table has changed since it was used for round table banquets and councils, for the Winchester Annals note that Henry VIII had it repainted, and Henry VIII never lost an opportunity to emblazon everywhere the emblem of his house, the Tudor rose. So, in the center of the table, almost concealing the representation of the sun that was the original decoration, is now a pink Tudor rose. But between the petals the sun's rays can still be seen. Around the flower is King Arthur's motto, and radiating from it to a broad white band that encircles the table are stripes of white and blue. On the encircling band, at the end of each stripe, is the name of a knight, to mark the place where he sat. Looking close, one can spell out the quaint English letters and find the old familiar names, Sir Lancelot, Sir Galahad, Sir Bedivere, and all the rest of the brilliant band whose brave deeds and gentle courtesy we read of with delight. Where King Arthur sat, King Henry VIII had painted a picture of the king in his royal robes. The table is a huge circular piece of wood, 18 feet in diameter, and as it hangs on the wall today, it is enclosed in a circle of oak to protect its edge. In spite of King Arthur's wish that all the places at the table should be of equal honor, there are two that are particularly distinguished, the Seat Perilous and the Judas seat. The Seat Perilous, at the right of the king, was only for the pure in heart, and there Sir Galahad sat. The second special place has become known as the Judas seat, for it was occupied by Sir Modred, who struck the blow that killed his king. Neither legend nor the Winchester Annals give a complete record of the famous table, and little is known of its history from the death of King Arthur until the coming of William of Normandy. The early historians never doubted its authenticity and confidently referred to it as Arthur's Table. For 500 years, at least, it is hung on the wall of Winchester Castle, and no one in Winchester will admit that there is any doubt that it is actually the table around which King Arthur and his knights gathered to eat haunches of venison, roast pheasants and herons, rich stews and pastries, and to consult over the wrongs and injustice that were brought to them to be made right. The grand old hall no longer echoes to the story of knightly deed or the song of the minstrel, and it is only when visitors wander in that it resounds with human voices. The tall marble pillars and stone wall are perhaps all that is left of the original castle hall, once the center of royal gatherings; for even the windows and roof have been altered since the days when the shields of Arthur's knights emblazoned the walls with gold and gay colors. The tapestries, embroidered with tales of valor, have dropped to pieces. The brave men and the beautiful ladies whose battles they fought have long since passed away, but the Round Table still hangs on the wall under the high window, mute evidence of a day when knightly strength was dedicated to the protection of fair women and the service of God. End of One of the World's Most Famous Tables by Francis R. Sterrett. Recording by Betty B.
Merlin the Magician by Roger of Wendover, died 6 May 1236. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the year of grace 464, the Britons sent messengers into Brittany to Aurelius Ambrosius and his brother Uther Pendragon, who had been sent there for fear of Vortigern, beseeching them to come over from the Armorican country without delay to drive out the Saxons and King Vortigern, and take the crown themselves. As they had now arrived at man's estate, they began to make preparation of men and ships for the expedition, which when King Vortigern heard, he called together his magicians and asked them what he ought to do under the circumstances. They counselled him to build a very strong tower which might serve for the defence of himself and his friends. After passing through several provinces in search of a suitable spot, he came at last to Mount Error, which he conceived was adapted to his purpose. Collecting masons from all parts, he gave directions for the building of the tower, but as soon as they had begun, the earth swallowed up every night what they had done during the day. On his inquiring of the magicians the cause of the failure, they counselled him to seek out a youth without a father, and to sprinkle the mortar and stones with his blood, which would give solidity to the work. Straightway messengers are dispatched into the different provinces in quest of a youth answering to this description. Coming at length to a town, which was afterwards called Carmarthen, they saw two youths quarrelling, one with whom, in the heat of his passion, said to the other, "Why art thou such a fool as to contend with me? Wilt thou, who wast born without any father, put thyself on a level with me, who, both on my father's and mother's side, am descended from a line of kings?" On hearing this, the messengers took the youth and his mother and brought them straightway to the king. When they stood before the king, he began diligently to inquire of the mother who was the father of the lad, on which she answered, "As my soul lives, my lord the king, once when I was in the chamber of the king of Damesia, my father, there appeared to me a person in the likeness of a most beautiful youth, who closely embraced me with many kisses, and when he had done to me what it pleased him, he suddenly disappeared. This he repeated for a long time, until at length he left me pregnant. No other than he is the father of this boy." Astonished beyond measure at this recital, the king called the youth and asked him his name. After replying that his name was Merlin Ambrosius, he inquired of the king the cause why himself and his mother had been brought into the royal presence, to which King Vortigern answered, "My magicians have counselled me to seek after a youth without a father, and to sprinkle my building with his blood, assuring me that it would then stand." "Command," said Merlin, "thy magicians to come before me, and I will convict them of inventing lies. For not knowing what is under the foundation of thy work, they thought to satisfy thee by falsehood. But call thy workmen, my lord, O king, and command them to dig into the earth, and thou shalt discover a pool underneath, which is the cause that thy work does not stand. Which being done, it was found exactly as Merlin had said. Whereupon Merlin turned to the magicians and said, Tell me now, ye base sycophants, what is there lying at the bottom of the pool? To this they made no reply, on which he turned to the king and said, Give orders that the pool be drained, and thou wilt find at the bottom 2 hollow stones with 2 dragons asleep in them. On the faith of his words the king commanded the pool to be drained, when, to the astonishment of all, what Merlin had assured was found to be the truth. In the year of grace 465, Hilary sat in the Roman chair 6 years, 3 months, and 10 days, after which it remained vacant for 10 days. At his request, Victorinus drew up a cycle of Easter extending through 532 years. At that time, while King Vortigern was sitting by the bank of the pool that had been drained, the 2 dragons came forth. One of them was white and the other red. As soon as they approached each other, they commenced a dreadful combat, breathing forth flames. The white dragon had the better of the contest, and pursued the red one unto the margin of the pool, when the latter, indignant at the repulse, turned on the white dragon and forced him to retire. While they were thus fighting, the king commanded Merlin Ambrosius to say what the battle between the dragons meant. Whereupon, bursting into tears, and full of the spirit of prophecy, he thus began. Woe to the red dragon, for his banishment approaches. The white dragon, which signifies the Saxons whom thou hast invited over, shall possess his caverns, whereas the red dragon signifies the British people, which shall be oppressed by the white dragon. His mountains shall be brought low as the valleys, and the rivers of the valleys shall flow with blood. His religious worship shall be destroyed, his churches lying in ruins, when at length the oppressed shall prevail, and shall resist the cruelty of the strangers. For the boar of Cornwall shall afford succor, and shall tread their necks under his feet. The isles of the ocean shall be subdued by his might, and he shall possess the forests of the Gauls. The house of Romulus shall tremble at his rage, and his end shall be doubtful. His praise shall be sounded among the nations, and many shall obtain their bread by narrating his exploits, etc., etc. Having uttered this prophecy to the admiration of all present, the king requested him to tell him what he knew respecting his own fate. To which Merlin replied, Flee, if thou canst, the fire of the sons of Constantine, for they will conquer the Saxon people, and shut thee up in the town of Genorium, and burn thee. The faces of the Saxons shall be red with blood, and having slain Hengist, Aurelius Ambrosius shall be crowned king. The very next day Aurelius Ambrosius landed with his brother Uterpendragon and a vast multitude of warriors. The dispersed Britons flocked together under him, and in a convocation of the clergy made him their king. He first devoted himself with all his ability to the restoration of the churches from their ruins. He was munificent in his gifts, exact in the observation of his religious duties, singularly modest, a lie he detested beyond everything. He was formidable on foot, and more so on horseback, and endued with all the qualities of a commander. With such virtues his fame had spread among the nations. End of Merlin the Magician by Roger of Wendover.
A metric America, a decision whose time has come, for real. by Gary P. Carver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2019. A Metric America, a decision whose time has come. For real. NISTIR 4858, June 1992. U.S. Department of Commerce, Technology Administration, National Institute of Standards and Technology, Metric Program, Technology Services, Gettysburg, MD, 20899. Gary P. Carver. U.S. Department of Commerce, Barbara Hackman Franklin, Secretary, Technology Administration, Robert M. White, Undersecretary for Technology, National Institute of Standards and Technology, John W. Lyons, Director. Abstract. The Metric Conversion Act of 1975, amended in 1988, and the 1991 Presidential Executive Order provide both the rationale and the mandate for a transition to the use of metric units. Federal agencies are developing and implementing metric transition plans, cooperating on mutual concerns, and working with industry and user groups to establish realistic schedules for change. Keywords: metric, metrication, metric system, metric transition. Dr. Gary P. Carver is Chief of the Metric Program at the National Institute of Standards and Technology in Gaithersburg, MD. Prior to assuming responsibility for the Commerce Department's leading role in federal agency metrication, Dr. Carver was a research physicist in integrated circuit technology and a manager in the semiconductor and manufacturing engineering areas at NIST. His goal is to successfully eliminate the need for his office. Introduction. 21 years ago, a National Bureau of Standards report to Congress, A Metric America, a decision whose time has come, described the United States as an island in a metric world. The report's recommendations contributed to passage of the 1975 Metric Conversion Act. This act raised the expectation of a 10-metric system. However, the act lacked a clearly stated objective and a timetable for implementation. Possibly as a result, the voluntary metric transition process eventually lost momentum. In 1988, the growing influence of the metric system of units as an international standard and the increasing competitive importance of metric specifications for products in international commerce caused Congress to respond by including metric usage provisions in the Omnibus Trade and Competitiveness Act. The Omnibus Trade Act amendments strengthened the Metric Conversion Act of 1975. The amendments make each federal agency responsible for implementing metric usage in grants, contracts, and other business-related activities to the extent economically feasible by the end of fiscal year 1992. However, no statutory provision was made for leadership and coordination of the overall effort. On July 25, 1991, President Bush acted to fill the federal metric transition leadership void by issuing Executive Order 12770, Metric Usage in Federal Government Programs. It gives specific direction and new management authority to the Secretary of Commerce to lead and coordinate implementation of the metric usage provisions of the Omnibus Trade Act. This responsibility was delegated to the Undersecretary for Technology, with staff support to be provided by the Office of Metric Programs of the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce has long been concerned with the technical aspects of metric usage through NIST's role as the nation's science and engineering laboratory for measurement technology and research on standards. Since 1901, NIST has played a major role in the evolution of a national measurement system policy by providing the measurements, calibrations, data, and quality assurance that are vital to U.S. commerce and industry. NIST also provides technical support to the National Conference on Weights and Measures, an organization of state, county, and city weights and measures enforcement officials and associated business and consumer representatives. A rationale and a mandate. The amended Metric Conversion Act of 1975 and the 1991 Executive Order provide both the rationale and the mandate for a transition to the use of metric units. The rationale is the need to remove a trade impediment to U.S. products, as well as to improve our efficiency and competitive edge, since the modern metric system is now the international standard of measurement. The metric system, for purposes of international trade, is more than just the International System of Units, SI. It includes the product standards and preferred sizes that are accepted by industries and governments throughout the world. World-class products must be built to metric specifications to be competitive in the international marketplace. The mandates in the law and executive order call for the federal government to use the metric system in all of its business-related activities unless it is not economically feasible or is likely to cause significant inefficiencies or loss of markets to U.S. firms. It is intended that the federal government set an example and use its influence to catalyze a transition to the metric system by U.S. industry. The federal government uses measurements in many ways that influence business, including regulation, data collection, publishing, and other services. The federal government also is the largest customer of U.S. industry. By offering to buy metric products and services, government can help industry make the transition to the use of metric units of measurement. In addition, by requesting metric products, the government can demonstrate its commitment to the metric system of measurement. A special year. The metric program is taking an evolutionary path to the statutory goals. The federal agencies are developing and implementing transition plans, cooperating on mutual concerns, and working with industry and user groups to establish realistic schedules for change. This year, 1992, is a special year in the implementation of the mandate. The law requires that each federal agency, by a date certain and to the extent economically feasible by the end of fiscal year 1992, use the metric system of measurement in its procurements, grants, and other business-related activities. The executive order requires that agencies provide to the Secretary of Commerce, by June 30, 1992, an assessment of agency progress and problems, together with recommendations for steps to assure successful implementation of the Metric Conversion Act. The executive order also requires in 1992, as part of the annual report to the President by the Secretary of Commerce, recommendation which the Secretary may have for additional measures, including proposed legislation, needed to achieve the full economic benefits of metric usage. This year is also special because more significant progress is being made by federal agencies in metric usage than has been made in any previous year. This will be viewed as a watershed year in the federal metrication process. In 1990, a report on the federal metric program by the Government Accounting Office was critical of the slow pace of progress. Then, in 1991, a Congressional Research Service report documented a low level of compliance with the metric usage mandate by the federal agencies. A report on federal agency plans and the status of their execution that will be issued this year by NIST, however, provides evidence that federal agencies' metric transition progress is gaining great momentum. Growing interagency cooperation. Compliance with the spirit of the law and the executive order is significantly improved over previous years. Many agencies have plans in place that describe specific actions already underway and policies that promise complete transition to using the metric system of units. But even more significantly, a growing number of agencies are cooperating to address common issues and to deal with shared problems. This is especially apparent among agencies whose activities focus on procurement, regulatory, and small business activities. The Interagency Metrication Operating Committee, MOC, is composed of senior-level metric coordinators from the federal agencies. The subcommittees of the MOC address specific topics of interest to several different agencies. These areas include, for example, construction, education, procurement, grants, standards, and federal employee training. Many agencies participate in the activities of the subcommittees and benefit from the combined efforts. The Construction Subcommittee is one of the most active and successful groups. It has attracted participants from private industry and has published a metric usage guide for commercial construction. The subcommittee's work is funded by participating federal agencies, and its members have visited Canada to explore the Canadian experience. Recently, the National Institute of Building Sciences, which served as secretariat for the subcommittee, created a Construction Metrication Council to build on the work of the subcommittee and to enable even greater participation by private industry. MOC agencies have accepted the Construction Subcommittee's goal to design all new federal facilities in metric units by January 1, 1994. Another example of the growing cooperation among federal agencies to meet the mandate to use the metric system is the leadership of the Government Printing Office and the Internal Revenue Service in exploring a change to metric-sized paper, printed forms, and documents. To examine and discuss the issues, they recently invited other agencies to meet with the staff of the Joint Committee on Printing. They considered the advantages and disadvantages of adopting standard metric sizes compared to continuing use of the current sizes described in metric units. The approximately 60 representatives appointed an ad hoc committee to develop surveys of industry and the federal agencies, as well as a timetable for reporting the results. The possible impacts on the paper and printing industries will be examined, including transition costs and long-term benefits, document handling, storage, reproduction, information management, and other related activities. The consensus of the participants was that potential problems should be identified and a progressive policy and practical timetable be developed, with industry's cooperation, to make the federal government's transition to the use of metric-sized paper, forms, and documents. What needs to be done? The progress that federal agencies are making to implement metric usage will require some time to reach the point where metric units are used routinely. For example, agencies that have implemented a policy to use metric units on all new projects will not make predominant use of the metric system until new metric usage becomes a significantly large part of the agency's activity. Budgetary restraints that limit new project initiatives, safety considerations, transition costs, and external factors will all affect the pace of the change. For example, in construction, until a large fraction of old, non-metric facilities are replaced with new ones or are renovated extensively, almost all government facilities, as well as major equipment, will remain non-metric. The use of metric units to describe existing items may be an option, but in some situations this may not be desirable or acceptable. In addition to needing time for metric policies and plans to be implemented in the federal government, visible top management commitment to the metric transition and leadership are needed. This also is true for state and local governments and for the business community. Leadership is especially needed in critical areas that involve long lead times, such as in education, including workforce training. As federal agencies evaluate their progress and identify the problems they may encounter, recommendations for legislation and other actions will be made to the Secretary of Commerce, who, in turn, will send them to the President. Clearly, the completion of federal metric efforts will take time. to assure the most beneficial results will take the continuing support of Congress and the cooperation and active participation of industry and state and local governments. A variety of reasons have been put forward to explain why the metric transition has not made a widespread progress in the US in the past. They include lack of national leadership, reluctance to embark on such a change, and the failure of the voluntary effort that began in 1975. The many competing national priorities and the lack of immediate and visible benefit to a transition clearly were factors. There are political, economic, and social reasons to explain the apparent slow progress and reluctance to make the transition. None of these factors justify continued inaction. We must continue along the path to joining the global community in the use of metric measurement standards. The efforts of federal agencies are moving us more rapidly in that direction. The implications for business. In his message to the 1992 National Metric Conference, Metrication 92, President Bush associated the metric system of units with success in the international marketplace, greater efficiency, production of goods and services that fit the needs of other nations, enhanced competitive edge, and new opportunities and jobs. A business making the transition from using inch-pound units to using metric units is not only making an investment in the economic well-being of the United States, but also investing in its own economic survival. Companies sometimes ask whether they must convert to the metric system of measurement. The simple answer is no. The law does not require conversion, and the government cannot force businesses to convert. Competitors, especially overseas competitors, might even prefer that U.S. companies not convert. Finally, some workers may be relieved to hear they do not need to learn a new system, and companies may wish to postpone transition expenses, although the competitive reality is that postponement will be very temporary and subsequent costs may be higher. A better answer is yes. Yes to a conscious and strategic decision to convert. Companies that delay conversion will lose some of the future economic benefits that will ultimately surpass any short-term costs. Companies should convert if they make or sell any product or service that they or anyone else might want to sell in foreign markets, if they want to be assured of being able to sell to the government in the future, and if they want to begin to enjoy a long-term return on their investment in the transition. In short, companies should actively plan and manage their transition and not wait for circumstances that will force it. By then, it may be too late for some firms to survive in the increasingly competitive business climate. Clearly, U.S. companies that do not produce products or services to metric specifications will risk being increasingly non-competitive in world markets. Japan has identified the U.S. lack of metric usage as a strategic impediment to access of U.S. products to the Japanese home market. In addition, consolidation of the European market product standards will make sales of non-metric products increasingly difficult and uncertain. Most U.S. companies understand that using metric units is essential to future economic success. Their hesitation may be due to uncertainty as to when and how to convert. Summary. Through their actions, federal agencies are demonstrating an increasing determination to use the metric system of units in business-related activities. The results are not yet very visible to the public, which is not a direct target of current federal transition activities. Industry is the target, and is becoming increasingly aware of and generally welcomes the government's progress. Industry acceptance of the wisdom of proceeding with the metric transition is due partly to the realization that producing to metric specifications and surviving in tomorrow's economic environment are synonymous. Industry also understands that government agencies are committed to working cooperatively with industry. In addition, Both government and industry recognize the need to make changes gradually and opportunistically to achieve the maximum amount of benefit with the minimum amount of expense and disruption of activity. End of A Metric America, a decision whose time has come, for real, by Gary P. Carver.
The New Stove, an excerpt from Elizabeth Cady Stanton, as revealed in her letters, diary, and reminiscences, by Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Theodore Stanton, and Harriet Stanton Blatch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There are two classes of housekeepers. One that will get what they want, if in the range of human possibilities, and then accept the inevitable inconveniences with cheerfulness and heroism. The other, from a kind of chronic inertia and a fear of taking responsibility, accept everything as they find it, though with gentle, continuous complainings. The latter are called amiable women. Such a woman was our congressman's wife in 1854, and as I was the reservoir of all her sorrows, great and small, I became very weary of her amiable non-resistance. Among other domestic trials, she had a kitchen stove that smoked and leaked, which could neither bake nor broil, a worthless thing, and too small for any purpose. Consequently, half their viands were spoiled in the cooking, and the cooks left in disgust one after the other. In telling me one day of these kitchen misadventures, she actually shed tears, which so roused my sympathies that with surprise I exclaimed, "Why do you not buy a new stove?" To my unassisted common sense, that seemed the most practical thing to do. "Why," she replied, "I have never purchased a darning needle, to put the case strongly, without consulting Mr. S., and he does not think a new stove necessary." "What, pray," said I, "does he know about stoves, sitting in his easy chair in Washington? If he had a dull old knife with broken blades, he would soon get a new one with which to sharpen his pens and pencils, and if he attempted to cook a meal, granting he knew how, on your old stove, he would set it out of doors the next hour. Now my advice to you is to buy a new one this very day." "Bless me," she said, "that would make him furious. He would blow me sky high." "Well," I replied, "suppose he did go into a regular tantrum, and use all the most startling expletives in the vocabulary for 15 minutes. What is that compared with a good stove 365 days in the year? Just put all he could say on one side and all the advantages you would enjoy on the other, and you must readily see that his wrath would kick the beam." As my logic was irresistible, she said, "Well, if you will go with me and help select a stove, I think I will take the responsibility." Accordingly, we went to the hardware store and selected the most approved, largest sized stove, with all the best cooking utensils, best Russian pipe, etc. "Now," she said, "I am in equal need of a good stove in my sitting room, and I would like the pipes of both stoves to lead into dumb stoves above, and thus heat 2 or 3 rooms upstairs for my children to play in, as they have no place except the sitting room, where they must be always with me. But I suppose it is not best to do too much at one time." "On the contrary," I replied, "as your husband is wealthy, you had better get all you really need now. Mr. S. will probably be no more surprised with 2 stoves than with 1, and as you expect a hot scene over the matter, the more you get out of it the better. So the stoves and pipes were ordered, holes cut through the ceiling, and all were in working order next day. The cook was delighted over her splendid stove and shining tins, copper-bottomed tea kettle and boiler, and warm sleeping room upstairs. The children were delighted with their large playrooms, and Madam jubilant with her added comforts and that new-born feeling of independence one has in assuming responsibility. She was expecting Mr. S. home in the holidays, and occasionally weakened at the prospect of what she feared might be a disagreeable encounter. At such times she came to consult with me as to what she would say and do when the crisis arrived. Having studied the genus Homo alike on the divine heights of exaltation and in the valleys of humiliation, I was able to make some valuable suggestions. "Now," said I, "when your husband explodes, as you think he will, neither say nor do anything. Sit and gaze out of the window with that far-away, sad look women know so well how to affect. If you can summon tears at pleasure, a few would not be amiss. A gentle shower. Not enough to make the nose and eyes red, or to detract from your beauty. Men cannot resist beauty and tears. Never mar their effect with anything bordering on sobs and hysteria, such violent manifestations being neither refined nor artistic. A scene in which one person does the talking must be limited in time. No ordinary man can keep at white heat 15 minutes. If his victim says nothing, he will soon exhaust himself. Remember, every time you speak in the way of defense, you give him a new text on which to branch out again. If silence is ever golden, it is when a husband is in a tantrum." In due time Mr. S. arrived, laden with Christmas presents, and Charlotte came over to tell me that she had passed through the ordeal. I will give the scene in her own words as nearly as possible. "My husband came yesterday just before dinner, and as I expected him, I had all things in order. He seemed very happy to see me, and we had a gay time looking at our presents and chatting about Washington and all that had happened since we parted. It made me sad in the midst of our happiness to think how soon the current of his feelings would change, and I wished in my soul that I had not bought the stoves. But at last dinner was announced, and I knew that the hour had come. He ran upstairs to give a few touches to his toilet, when, lo! the shining stoves and pipes caught his eyes. He explored the upper apartments and came down the back stairs, glanced at the kitchen stove, then into the dining room, and stood confounded for a moment before the nickel-plated morning glory. Then he exclaimed, "Heavens and earth, Charlotte, what have you been doing?" I remembered what you told me, and said nothing, but looked steadily out of the window. I summoned no tears, however, for I felt more like laughing than crying. He looked so ridiculous, flying round spasmodically, like popcorn on a hot griddle, and talking as if making a stump speech on the corruptions of the Democrats. The first time he paused to take breath, I said in my softest tones, "William, dinner is waiting. I fear the soup will be cold." Fortunately he was hungry, and that great central organ of life and happiness asserted its claims on his attention, and he took his seat at the table. I broke what might have been an awkward silence, chatting with the older children about their school lessons. Fortunately they were late and did not know what had happened, so they talked to their father and gradually restored his equilibrium. We had a very good dinner, and I have not heard a word about the stove since. I suppose we shall have another scene when the bill is presented. End of The New Stove by Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Not to be forgotten. The men who captained the merchant ships are among the heroes of the war. From Deeds of Heroism and Bravery, the Book of Heroes and Personal Daring. Edited by Elwyn A. Barron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. By telling the story of Captain Frank M. Custance of the Royal Navy Reserve, as typical of the stories of a coterie of merchant shipmen in the service, Mr. Ralph E. Cropley most interestingly reminds the public that the war was not altogether won by the men in the trenches. The merchant ship commanders played some small part in the winning. Indeed, Mr. Cropley goes somewhat further. He concludes his story of Captain Custance, which appeared in the New York Evening Post, with this paragraph: "Without their valor, this war would have been over long ago, and Germany would have won. I say this without reserve, for it is the truth. It has only been by their untiring sacrifices that the soldiers have gotten to the trenches at all, and been kept supplied with munitions and food. The merchant shipmen have done work which gold cannot pay for, and never have thought of themselves, simply of the great cause which to them has meant the end of cruelty. Though Captain Custance is an English seaman, he is familiarly known to Americans who have sailed between New York and Bermuda in the winter, or to the land of the midnight sun in summer, for he was captain of the tourist boat Arcadian that made these trips in the different seasons. He was up among the Norwegian fords when England entered the war, and it was a question whether he could save his ship by evading the Germans. Not that he personally had any question about it. He proceeded to act with the calm assurance characteristic of his conduct in normal sailings, quietly determined to get safely away. So excellent seaman that he was, in the darkness of that famous Monday night of August 4th, 1914, without a pilot, he took her through the dangerous ford to sea. 'Twas indeed a feat. But there were dangers at sea, too, for it was necessary to avoid any ship or craft that heaved in sight, and constant vigilance, with much dodging, was necessary before he got into Liverpool with his American passengers, saved from anything so unpleasant and perilous as drifting in open boats on the high seas. With equal success he landed them in New York some days later, their number having been added to by Americans stranded in England. Turn to minesweeping. Then the Arcadian was dismantled and turned into a transport, and Captain Custance took her back to England filled with Canadian troops. But wanting a more warlike job, he appealed to the Admiralty, and eventually was assigned to the perilous duty of minesweeping, to keep the sea about the Orkneys free from the floating or sunk mines, to the sowing and planting of which the Germans were devoting their devilish activities. When it is borne in mind that Captain Custance was then 46 years old, with wife and several children, one may appreciate the patriotic zeal that kept him in this dangerous employ for 2 years. During that time he struck at it with never a glimpse at his family, until he was called to London to have the King confer on him the D.S.O. Those broad-beam boats known as trawlers, in which the fishermen ply their calling, were the instruments employed in minesweeping, and admirable they were for the business, but comfortless enough for other purposes. Said the captain in a letter, "It's no joke monkeying about in a tiny craft hunting tin fishes. In daylight it's bad enough, but at night it's extremely dangerous, as one can't see the sea, and one is liable to half swamp oneself in turning. And as far as any comfort below goes, there isn't any. Everything is damp and cold, and the steward loses the greater part of your food in bringing it to you. And what you finally receive is a cold, unpalatable mess. Yet, by God, it's something to be out here having a chance to bag a bally German swine. Besides the danger from mines, there was the excitement of submarine shelling of the fleet every now and then. In one attack of that kind, Custens's trawler struck a mine and sank. After that, the captain was given a steam yacht, no longer at her best. The Mingarry, in which he did patrol work, visited and overhauled neutral ships, and kept a weather eye out for submarines and mines. The performance that gained him the D.S.O. was the day after the Jutland naval fight, when the German fleet had fled, leaving only the submarines to prowl and finish off the wounded, if possible. The dreadnought Warspite was one of the wounded, and poorly protected by destroyers as she toiled along with deranged steering gear. The captain saw 3 submarines maneuvering against the Warspite, and despite the fact that the chances were all against him in an attempt to beat off 3 submarines with his little yacht and his tiny guns, Custens rushed the Mingarry pell-mell to the rescue, acting with such suddenness that he took one submarine by surprise and was able to ram it, got so close that he could use his guns on the next one and sink it, and so thoroughly scared the third one that it submerged instantly without an offer of fight. Later, the captain was in command of the Maid of Honor and convoying colliers across the English Channel by night. There were no lights, there was no signaling by whistle, there was traffic both ways, troop ships, darkness everywhere. Skilled navigators were necessary, men of the merchant ship sort. Out of all his convoys going or coming, only 3 ships were torpedoed, only 2 being lost. In the final part of the war he crossed and recrossed the Atlantic in convoy. It was then that the Justicia was torpedoed. She remained afloat for 24 hours, and Custens would have saved her if a German had not dived under the ring of patrol boats that surrounded her, and fired a finishing torpedo. In getting off the dying Justicia, Custens nearly lost his life. Yet, says Mr. Cropley, I received a very apologetic letter, saying he was sorry he hadn't been able to save the cigarettes he was bringing over to me. End of Not to be Forgotten.
The Observance of 5th November Act, 1605, by the Parliament of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Maggs. An Act for a public thanksgiving to Almighty God every year on the 5th day of November. Forasmuch as Almighty God hath in all ages showed his power and mercy in the miraculous and gracious deliverance of his Church, and in the protection of religious kings and states, and that no nation of the earth has been blessed with greater benefits than this kingdom now enjoyeth, having the true and free profession of the gospel under our most gracious sovereign, Lord King James, the most great, learned, and religious king that ever reigned therein, enriched with a most hopeful and plentiful progeny proceeding out of his royal loins, promising continuance of this happiness and profession to all posterity, the which many malignant and devilish papists, Jesuits, and seminary priests, much envying and fearing, conspired most horribly when the King's most excellent Majesty, the Queen, the Prince, and all the Lords spiritual and temporal, and Commons, should have been assembled in the Upper House of Parliament on the 5th day of November, in the year of our Lord 1605, suddenly to have blown up the said whole house with gunpowder, an invention so inhumane, barbarous, and cruel as the like was never before heard of, and was, as some of the principal conspirators thereof confess, purposefully devised and concluded to be done in the said house, that where sundry necessary and religious laws for preservation of church and state were made, which they falsely and slanderously term cruel laws, enacted against them and their religion, both place and persons should all be destroyed and blown up at once, which would have turned to the utter ruin of this whole kingdom, had it not pleased Almighty God, by inspiring the King's most excellent Majesty with a divine spirit, to interpret some dark phrases of a letter showed to his Majesty, above and beyond all ordinary construction, thereby miraculously discovering this hidden treason not many hours before the appointed time for the execution thereof. Therefore the King's most excellent Majesty, the Lords spiritual and temporal, and all his Majesty's faithful and loving subjects, do most justly acknowledge this great and infinite blessing to have proceeded merely from God his great mercy, and to his most holy name to ascribe all the honour, glory, and praise. And to the end this unfeigned thankfulness may never be forgotten, but be had in a perpetual remembrance, that all ages to come may yield praises to his divine Majesty for the same, and have in memory this joyful day of deliverance. Thanks to be given in every church yearly. 2. Be it therefore enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty, the Lords spiritual and temporal, and the Commons, in this present Parliament assembled, and by the authority of the same, that all and singular ministers in every cathedral and parish church, or other usual place for common prayer within this realm of England, and the dominions of the same, shall always, upon the 5th day of November, say morning prayer, and give unto Almighty God thanks for this most happy deliverance, and that all and every person and persons inhabiting within this realm of England and the dominions of the same shall always upon that day diligently and faithfully resort to the parish church or chapel accustomed, or to some usual church or chapel, where the said morning prayer, preaching, or other service of God shall be used, and then and there to abide orderly and soberly during the time of the said prayers, preaching, or other service of God, there to be used and ministered. The minister to give warning of the day the Sunday before. 3. And because all and every person may be put in mind of this duty, and be then better prepared to the said holy service, be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, that every minister shall give warning to his parishioners publicly in the church at morning prayer, the Sunday before every such 5th day of November, for the due observation of the said day, and that after morning prayer, or preaching upon the said 5th day of November, they read publicly, distinctly, and plainly this present act. End of the Observance of 5th November Act, 1605.
Of Seneca's Writings by Sir Roger Lestrange, from Seneca's Morals of a Happy Life, Benefits, Anger, and Clemency. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Of Seneca's Writings. It appears that our author had among the ancients 3 professed enemies. In the first place, Caligula, who called his writings "sand without lime," alluding to the starts of his fancy and the incoherence of his sentences. But Seneca was never the worse for the censure of a person that propounded even the suppressing of Homer himself, and of casting Virgil and Livy out of all public libraries. The next was Fabius, who taxes him for being too bold with the eloquence of former times, and failing in that point himself, and likewise for being too quaint and finical in his expressions, which Tacitus imputes in part to the freedom of his own particular inclination, and partly to the humor of the times. He is also charged by Fabius as no profound philosopher, but with all this he allows him to be a man very studious and learned, of great wit and invention, and well read in all sorts of literature, a severe reprover of vice, most divinely sententious, and well worth the reading, if it were only for his morals, adding that if his judgment had been answerable to his wit, it had been much the more for his reputation, but he wrote whatever came next, so that I would advise the reader, says he, to distinguish where he himself did not, for there are many things in him not only to be approved but admired, and it was great pity that he that could do what he would should not always make the best choice. His third adversary is Agellius, who falls upon him for his style, and a kind of tinkling in his sentences, but yet commends him for his piety and good counsels. On the other side, Columella calls him a man of excellent wit and learning. Pliny, the prince of erudition. Tacitus gives him the character of a wise man and a fit tutor for a prince. Dio reports him to have been the greatest man of his age. Of those pieces of his that are extant, we shall not need to give any particular account, and of those that are lost, we cannot, any farther than by lights to them from other authors, as we find them cited much to his honor, and we may reasonably compute them to be the greater part of his works. That he wrote several poems in his banishment may be gathered partly from himself, but more expressly out of Tacitus, who says that he was reproached with his applying himself to poetry, after he saw that Nero took pleasure in it, out of a design to curry favor. St. Jerome refers to a discourse of his concerning matrimony. Lactantius takes note of his history and his books of moralities. St. Augustine quotes some passages of his out of a book of superstition. Some references we meet with to his books of exhortations. Fabius makes mention of his dialogues, and he himself speaks of a treatise of his own concerning earthquakes, which he wrote in his youth, but the opinion of an epistolary correspondence that he had with St. Paul does not seem to have much color for it. Some few fragments, however, of those books of his that are wanting are yet preserved in the writings of other eminent authors, sufficient to show the world how great a treasure they have lost by the excellency of that little that is left. Seneca, says Lactantius, that was the sharpest of all the Stoics, how great a veneration has he for the Almighty, as for instance, discoursing of a violent death. Do you not understand, says he, the majesty and the authority of your judge? He is the supreme governor of heaven and earth, and the God of all your gods, and it is upon him that all those powers depend which we worship for deities. Moreover, in his exhortations, this God, says he, when he laid the foundations of the universe and entered upon the greatest and the best work in nature, in the ordering of the government of the world, though he was himself all in all, yet he substituted other subordinate ministers as the servants of his commands. And how many other things does this heathen speak of God like one of us? Which the acute Seneca, says Lactantius again, saw in his exhortations. We, says he, have our dependence elsewhere, and should look up to that power to which we are indebted for all that we can pretend to that is good. And again, Seneca says very well in his Morals, they worship the images of the god, says he. Kneel to them and adore them. They are hardly ever from them, either plying them with offerings or sacrifices. And yet, after all this reverence to the image, they have no regard at all to the workman that made it. Lactantius again. An invective, says Seneca in his exhortations, is the masterpiece of most of our philosophers. And if they fall upon the subject of avarice, lust, ambition, they lash out into such excess of bitterness as if railing were a mark of their profession. They make me think of gallipots in an apothecary's shop that have remedies without and poison within. Lactantius still. He that would know all things, let him read Seneca, the most lively describer of public vices and manners, and the smartest reprehender of them. And again, as Seneca has it in the books of moral philosophy, he is the brave man whose splendor and authority is the least part of his greatness, that can look death in the face without trouble or surprise, who, if his body were to be broken upon the wheel, or melted lead to be poured down his throat, would be less concerned for the pain itself than for the dignity of bearing it. Let no man, says Lactantius, think himself the safer in his wickedness for want of a witness. For God is omniscient, and to him nothing can be a secret. It is an admirable sentence that Seneca concludes his exhortations withal. God, says he, is a great, I know not what, an incomprehensible power. It is to him that we live, and to him that we must approve ourselves. What does it avail us that our consciences are hidden from men when our souls lie open to God? What could a Christian have spoken more to the purpose in this case than this divine pagan? And in the beginning of the same work, says Seneca, what is it that we do? To what end is it to stand contriving and to hide ourselves? We are under a guard, and there is no escaping from our keeper. One man may be parted from another by travel, death, sickness, but there is no dividing us from ourselves. It is to no purpose to creep into a corner where nobody shall see us. Ridiculous madness! Make it the case that no mortal eye could find us out. He that has a conscience gives evidence against himself. It is truly and excellently spoken of Seneca, says Lactantius once again. Consider, says he, the majesty, the goodness, and the venerable mercies of the Almighty, a friend that is always at hand. What delight can it be to him the slaughter of innocent creatures or the worship of bloody sacrifices? Let us purge our minds and lead virtuous and honest lives. His pleasure lies not in the magnificence of temples made with stone, but in the pity and devotion of consecrated hearts. In the book that Seneca wrote against superstitions, treating of images, says St. Austin, he writes thus: "They represent the holy, the immortal, and the inviolable gods in the basest matter, and without life or motion, in the forms of men, beasts, fishes, some of mixed bodies. And those figures they call deities, which, if they were but animated, would affright a man, and pass for monsters." And then a little farther, treating of natural theology, after citing the opinions of philosophers, he supposes an objection against himself. "Somebody will perhaps ask me, would you have me then to believe the heavens and the earth to be gods, and some of them above the moon, and some below it? Shall I ever be brought to the opinion of Plato or of Strabo the Peripatetic, the one of which would have God to be without a body, and the other without a mind?" To which he replies, "And do you give more credit then to the dreams of T. Tatius, Romulus, Hostilius, who caused among other deities even fear and paleness to be worshipped, the vilest of human affections, the one being the motion of an affrighted mind, and the other not so much the disease as the color of a disordered body? Are these the deities that you would rather put your faith in and place in the heavens?" And speaking afterward of their abominable customs, with what liberty does he write! "One," says he, "out of zeal, makes himself a eunuch, another lances his arms. If this be the way to please their gods, what should a man do if he had a mind to anger them? Or if this be the way to please them, they do certainly deserve not to be worshipped at all. What a frenzy is this, to imagine the gods can be delighted with such cruelties as even the worst of men would make a conscience to inflict. The most barbarous and notorious of tyrants, some of them perhaps have done it themselves, or ordered the tearing of men to pieces by others, but they never went so far as to command any man to torment himself. We have heard of those that have suffered castration to gratify the lust of their imperious masters, but never any man that was forced to act it upon himself. They murder themselves in their very temples, and their prayers are offered up in blood. Whosoever shall but observe what they do and what they suffer will find it so misbecoming an honest man, so unworthy of a free man, and so inconsistent with the action of a man in his wits, that he must conclude them all to be mad, if it were not that there are so many of them, for only their number is their justification and their protection. When he comes to reflect, says St. Augustine, upon those passages which he himself had seen in the Capitol, he censures them with liberty and resolution, and no man will believe that such things would be done unless in mockery or frenzy. What lamentation is there in the Egyptian sacrifices for the loss of Osiris? And then what joy for the finding of him again, which he makes himself sport with, for in truth it is all a fiction. And yet those people that neither lost anything nor found anything, must express their sorrows and their rejoicings to the highest degree. But there is only a certain time, says he, for this freak, and once in a year people may be allowed to be mad. I came to the capital, says Seneca, where the several deities had their several servants and attendants, their lictors, their dressers, and all in posture and action as if they were executing their offices, some to hold the glass, others to comb out Juno's and Minerva's hair, one to tell Jupiter what o'clock it is. Some lasses there are that sit gazing upon the image and fancy Jupiter has a kindness for them. All these things, says Seneca a while after, a wise man will observe for the law's sake more than for the gods. And all this rabble of deities, which the superstition of many ages has gathered together, we are in such manner to adore as to consider the worship to be rather matter of custom than of conscience. Whereupon St. Augustine observes that this illustrious senator worshipped what he reproved, acted what he disliked, and adored what he condemned. End of Seneca's Writings by Sir Roger Lestrange. From Seneca's Morals of a Happy Life, Benefits, Anger, and Clemency. Read for LibriVox by Grace Buchanan.
Oscar Wilde and the Aesthetic Movement by Stuart Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If the serendipitous columns of Punch be searched diligently, it will be found that about the year 1880 there existed a movement generally referred to as the aesthetic craze, the chief protagonist of which, if not its originator, was supposed to be Oscar Wilde. Persons approaching middle age may remember the period. The male members of this school, if we may believe the late George du Maurier and his imitators, wore sad superfluous collars, and had, quote, lank limbs and haggard cheeks. Its female adherents clad themselves in garments of sage green, and decorated their drawing rooms with dados, Japanese fans, and peacock's feathers. Both sexes indulged in writing poetry, which was described as a mixture of Swinburne and water, and all had the reputation of living on lilies, and of trying to live up to their blue china. Wilde at this time was about 26 years of age, just down from Oxford, with his academic laurels fresh upon him. Few young men have been more savagely criticised and satirised, more ruthlessly burlesqued and caricatured. Such buffeting might have destroyed one with less stamina in him, and some would never have recovered from the treatment. But poets, we know, are obstinate people, and Wilde took it all in good part and lived on. He joined in the laughter against himself, profited by the fame which advertisement brought him, published his verses, and went a-lecturing in the United States, whence he returned with his pockets full of American dollars. Punch, with its ridicule, failed to scotch the snake. Accordingly, Mr. Burn, and remembering, it is said, an old French farce which had already done good service on the stage, appropriated its plot, adapted its situations, threw in some tired jokes from the comic journal which he edited, and produced early in 1881 a comedy called The Colonel, in which Wilde's supposed foibles were, to some extent, embodied in the part of Lambert Strake. A few weeks later, on April 23, 1881, Richard D'Oyly Carte presented at the Opera Comique London, quote, an entirely new and original aesthetic opera, the libretto of which was stated to have been completed in the previous November, entitled Patience, or Bunthorne's Bride, by W. S. Gilbert and Arthur Sullivan. Wilde himself was present on the first night, when he had to bear a considerable amount of chaff from the denizens of the gallery, who spotted him in the stalls. But he took it in good humour, even when Archibald Grosvenor, quote, an idyllic poet, sang, "A most intense young man, a soulful-eyed young man, an ultra-poetical, super-aesthetical, out-of-the-way young man." Bunthorne's recitative and song contained the lines, "Though the Philistines may jostle, you will rank as an apostle in the high aesthetic band. If you walk down Piccadilly with a poppy or a lily in your medieval hand, and every one will say, as you walk your flowery way, if he's content with a vegetable love which would certainly not suit me, why, what a most particularly pure young man this pure young man must be." Established the legend that Wilde was wont to appear in the public streets carrying a large sunflower or lily in his hand. These songs bring us more directly to the subject of this article, a series of 7 dance pieces, duet, lancers, polka, quadrille, etc., by Charles D'Albert, each called after the opera Patience, was published in 1881. Each has a title in coloured lithography by one of the Hanharts, representing scenes from Patience, Chappell and Company of New Bond Street being the publishers. In the same year Hopwood and Crew published a new aesthetical roundelay, written and composed by Robert Coote under the title of Quite Too Utterly Utter, with a rather elaborate title in colours by Alfred Concannon, dated H.A., i.e. 1881. It shows a young man with a mass of thick hair, dressed in a black velvet suit, gazing with clasped hands at a couple of pots of lilies and sunflowers standing on a red-tiled floor against a dadoed wall. Stannard and Son were the lithographers. The song, which was issued later in America in a series which will be described below, has for chorus, "Quite too utter, 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 round fashion's lamp we flutter. I may sound absurd, but utter's the word, we're all quite too utterly utter." My Aesthetic Love, or Utterly Utter Consummate 2-2, written by T.S. Lonsdale and composed by W.T. Eaton, consists of such verse as, "She's utterly utter consummate 2-2, and feeds on the lily and old china blue, and with a sunflower she'll sit for an hour, she's utterly utter consummate 2-2. And according to the publisher, Charles Sheard, was, quote, "sung with immense success by the great Vance." The full-page coloured title by Alfred Concannon, dated 1881, printed by Stannard and Son, represents a disconsolate female in a pale blue dress seated on a straight-backed bamboo chair. In her corsage is a sunflower, while she gazes at a blue pot in which bloom 3 lilies. Blue china plates, Japanese fans and peacock's feathers adorn the wall above the dado. A male figure, rather like a stud groom, with tight sporting breeches, button boots and a monocle, is entering from behind through a doorway hung with a bright red curtain. On the mat is the greeting, "Salve." A, quote, cynical song, entitled "O Law, O Law, O Dear, O Dear," quote, written expressly for the coming pantomimes, 1881, by Frank W. Green and Oswald Allen, with music by Edmund Foreman, Francis Brothers and Day, has in the second of its 8 stanzas the following reference to the aesthetic movement. "Folks get more aesthetical every day. Oh law, oh law. But lilies and sunflowers ain't in my way. Oh dear, oh dear. The girls think to loll and to pose is immense. They're awfully utterly too intense. Well, give me 2 at another's expense. Oh law, oh dear, oh dear." Concannon's brightly coloured cover, Stannard and Son, shows two unprepossessing females discussing the news of the day over the tea table. Their meal includes a plate of winkles and a drop of gin, with 1 pence on the bottle. Consternation is on their faces, while a black cat is seen flying towards the door. The elder of the two gossips wears a gown of a rich purple, with a large egg-shaped brooch and heavy drop earrings. Her black curls are confined by a band round her forehead. One of her feet, in elastic Jemimas, rests on a bright red footstool. Her companion, a spinster of, quote, repellent aspect, is in a print dress and wears a black apron and mittens. On the wall hangs a picture of the late lamented Mr. K. Phipps, vestry clerk, faced on the opposite side of the fireplace with one of Mrs. Phipps herself as a blushing bride. A sampler, a birdcage, and an object not unlike the model of a zeppelin hang on the wall above the mirror. On the mantelpiece we see little china figures of the period, vases with hanging glass drops, a clock, and other domestic objects. The Dado song, quote, the popular song sung nightly with immense success by Miss Lottie Venn in F.C. Burnand's comedy of The Manager, Hopwood and Crew, is another piece for which Alfred Concannon designed and Stannard and Son printed a coloured lithographed title. It represents a woman dressed in white with bits of green foliage in her bonnet and on her skirt. She has her hands clasped and appears to be singing on the stage. Written by Harry Adams, composed by E. Jonkmans, and, as usual, quote, sung with immense success, by Charles Godfrey, The Flippity-Flop Young Man is another of the many parodies inspired by Patience and the Colonel. The choruses, or refrains of the different stanzas, include such lines as, I'm a very aesthetic young man, a non-energetic young man. I'm a bitter and mildy, naturey childy, Oscary wildy man. Pretty externally, patience and kernelly, utterly utter young man. I'm a worship the lily young man, crutch and tooth Piccadilly young man, cracked in the filberty, Burnand and Gilberty, strike you with paper young man. Which may have sounded more amusing when sung on the stage than they do when read in cold print today, more than 30 years afterwards. The cover design by Concannon, 1882, represents a young man dressed in a blue velvet suit with a large vermilion tie beneath a deep Eton collar. He has long ringlets of an almost garrety hue, wears buckle shoes over his red stockings, and carries in his left hand a golden sunflower, at which he appears to be gazing in rapt admiration. In the background stands a blue Japanese bowl with a flowering lily. In a second edition, quote, with additional verses, the colouring is much brighter, and the printing, Stannard and Son, better executed. The Grey Mare is a polka by L. C. Desormes, quote, founded on J. L. Rokel's celebrated song. The older generation may possibly understand the cryptical allusions in the words. There were 3 young men of Ware. They were proud and debonair. They said, such men are rare, these 3 young men of Ware. There were 3 old men at Ware, of a mild, dejected air, and the folks do say who live at Ware, the better horse is the old grey mare. With chromolithographic cover, designed by William Spalding and lithographed by Thomas Packer, is much more elaborate than the one just described, though the colouring is less attractive. It consists of 3 panels. The upper one represents Lambert Strake or Archibald Grosvenor dressed in a very unbecoming brown striped knickerbocker suit with large pearl buttons. He wears blue clocked stockings with a small skull cap of the same shade on the back of his thick brown curls, in which is stuck a pink rose. A loosely knotted pink cravat under a wide linen collar hangs outside his jacket, in the breast pocket of which is a handkerchief of the same colour and material. The conventional buckled shoes, much in need of a blacking, are on his feet, a yellow flower in his buttonhole. He stands with arms clasped behind his head in an attitude of declamation, his lips parted below what is distinctly a Kaiser moustache. Round the wall is a typical sunflower dado, above being a Japanese fan with a peacock's feather stuck behind it. A blue bowl of growing lilies stands on a rickety three-legged table. The figure in the lower panel is more like Bunthorne, the "fleshly painter" of Patience. Clad in a purple knickerbocker suit, the artist is transferring to his canvas a pot of sunflowers placed perilously on the edge of a table not many inches from his easel. The third picture shows aestheticism in the office. Messrs. Dado, Dumb and Co.'s clerk, in an impossible pair of sky-blue continuations, is posing in front of the counting-house door, with a quill and a substantial cheque clasped tightly in his hands. The wall is papered an emerald green, with the inevitable dado all round. Enoch and Sons of London published this song in 1882. Utterly Utter, an aesthetic duet, has an uncoloured lithographed title page showing two very intense young men in an absurd posture. One holds a lily in his hand, the other, with downcast eyes, having his hands clasped in front of him. Round the wall is arranged a row of art plates, a large pot of lilies in the background. The scene is described in the first stanza of the duet. A pair of aesthetics before you, you see. There are none so intense or consummate as we. We worship the beautiful wherever it be. We are so utterly utter. In attitudes graceful we always recline, write ballads whose meaning no man can divine, and live up to teapots of high art design. We are so utterly utter. The first performance of Patience in America was given at the Standard Theatre, New York, on September 22, 1881, and shortly afterwards Wilde entered into an agreement with D'Oyly Carte to give a prolonged course of lectures in the United States and Canada. On Christmas Eve Wilde set sail, "to carry culture to a continent," arriving early in the new year, disappointed with the Atlantic, and, as he said, with nothing to declare at the customs, "except my genius." Interviewers buzzed round him on his arrival, travelled in the train with him, and filled the columns of the newspapers with his real or imaginary sayings and doings. He is said to have lectured over 200 times before he returned a year and a half later. How many Wilde music pieces appeared during that time in America it would be difficult to say. Oscar Dear, a comic song by M. H. Rosenfeld, published by F. W. Helmick of Cincinnati in 1882, has a lithographed cover tinted in yellow. The design shows an elongated Oscar, his face haloed by a sunflower, holding in his left hand a lily, while with his right hand, which is bent behind his back, he is chucking under the chin a femme de chambre, who reaches scarcely up to his waist. The piece contains the following stanzas. I'll sing to you of a nice young man, of virtues rich and rare, of stature tall and ankles thin, and long and curly hair, aesthetic to a great degree, in actions sweet and mild, sublimely lank and nonchalant, but just a little wild. With a refrain, Oscar dear, how flutterly, utterly flutter you are. Oscar dear, I think you are awfully wild. Wilde is also burlesqued in the Oscar Polka Mazurka, published by F. W. Helmick, Cincinnati, and advertised as, "a very pleasing dancing piece, which is fast becoming very popular." The title page contains a cabinet-size photograph of Wilde. The Oscar Wilde Gallop, arranged by F. H. Snow, New York, R. A. Solfield, has a printed title bearing designs of a conventional sunflower of little merit or interest. The Oscar Wilde Forget-Me-Not Waltzes, composed by Amy Henry, Boston W. A. Evans, is also an inferior production. The cover design, lithographed, shows Wilde's head, from a photograph within an oval surrounded by sunflowers and lilies. A series of 7 pieces, published by Oliver Ditson and Company of Boston, Massachusetts, has an uncoloured lithographed title which serves for the whole set. A photograph of Wilde, by Sarony of New York, is reproduced, showing him in a characteristic attitude as he appeared at some of his lectures. He wears a black velveteen jacket with knee breeches and silk stockings with low buckle shoes. A gold fob is the only ornament displayed. His hair, which is long and very abundant, falls over his brow and reaches the collar of his coat behind. The set consists of 6 dance pieces: Jolly Utter, Gallop by G. Heyer, Two All But, Waltz by Maurizio G. Gianetti, Dream of the Lily, Waltz by Carl Ushman, Sunflower, Polka by Charles Coote Jr., Too Utterly Utter, March by C. Faust, Oscar's Schottische by Charles Coote Jr., and the Quite Too Utterly Utter song, written and composed by Robert Coote. Only a few of these pieces are dated. Some of the English ones were published in 1881, the earliest American being 1882. Probably none of the pieces here described is later than 1883. End of Oscar Wilde and the Aesthetic Movement by Stuart Mason. Read by Rob Marland.
Mark Twain's Speeches by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chad Horner. Poets as Policemen. Mr. Clemens was one of the speakers at the Lotos Club dinner to Governor Odell, March 24th, 1900. The police problem was referred to at length. Let us abolish policemen who carry clubs and revolvers, and put in a squad of poets armed to the teeth with poems on spring and love. I would be very glad to serve as commissioner, not because I think I am especially qualified, but because I am too tired to work and would like to take a rest. Howells would go well as my deputy. He is tired too, and needs a rest badly. I would start in at once to elevate, purify, and depopulate the red light district. I would assign the most soulful poets to that district, all heavily armed with their poems. Take Chauncey Depew as a sample. I would station them on the corners after they had rounded up all the depraved people of the district, so they could not escape, and then have them read from their poems to the poor unfortunates. The plan would be very effective in causing an immigration of the depraved elements. End of Poets as Policemen.
Speculations, or Post-Impressionism in the Prose of Gertrude Stein, by Mabel Dodge, from Arts and Decoration, Volume 3, March 1913. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Post-Impressionism, consciously or unconsciously, is being felt in every phase of expression. This article is about the only woman in the world who has put the spirit of Post-Impressionism into prose, and written by the only woman in America who fully understands it. Editor's note. Many roads are being broken today, and along these roads consciousness is pursuing truth to eternity. This is an age of communication, and the human being who is not a communicant is in the sad plight which the dogmatist defines as being a condition of spiritual non-receptivity. Some of these newly opened roads lie parallel and almost touch. In a large studio in Paris, hung with paintings by Renoir, Matisse, and Picasso, Gertrude Stein is doing with words what Picasso is doing with paint. She is impelling language to induce new states of consciousness, and in doing so, language becomes with her a creative art rather than a mirror of history. In her impressionistic writing, she uses familiar words to create perceptions, conditions, and states of being never before quite consciously experienced. She does this by using words that appeal to her as having the meaning that they seem to have. She has taken the English language and, according to many people, has misused it, or has used it roughly, uncouthly, and brutally, or madly, stupidly, and hideously. But by her method she is finding the hidden and inner nature of nature. To present her impressions, she chooses words for their inherent quality rather than for their accepted meaning. Her habit of working is methodical and deliberate. She always works at night in the silence, and brings all her willpower to bear upon the banishing of preconceived images. Concentrating upon the impression she has received, and which she wishes to transmit, she suspends her selective faculty, waiting for the word or group of words that will perfectly interpret her meaning to rise from her subconsciousness to the surface of her mind. Then and then only does she bring her reason to bear upon them, examining, weighing, and gauging their ability to express her meaning. It is a working proof of the Bergson theory of intuition. She does not go after words, she waits and lets them come to her, and they do. It is only when art thus pursues the artist that his production will bear the mark of inevitability. It is only when the élan vital drives the artist to the creative overflow that life surges in his production. Vitality directed into a conscious expression is the modern definition of genius. It is impossible to define or to describe fully any new manifestation in aesthetics or in literature that is as recent, as near to us, as the work of Picasso or of Gertrude Stein. The most that we can do is to suggest a little, draw a comparison, point the way, and then withdraw. To know about them is a matter of personal experience. No one can help another through it. First, before thought, must come feeling, and this is the first step towards experience, because feeling is the beginning of knowledge. It does not greatly matter how the first impress affects one. One may be shocked, stunned, and dismayed, or one may be aroused, stimulated, intrigued, and delighted. That there has been an approach is what counts. It is only in a state of indifference that there is no approach at all, and indifference reeks of death. It is the tomb of life itself. A further consciousness than is already ours will need many new forms of expression. In literature, everything that has been felt and known so far has been said as it has been said. What more there may be for us to realize must be expressed in a new way. Language has been crystallized into 4 or 5 established literary forms that up to the present day have been held sacred and intranscendent. But all the truth cannot be contained in any one or in any limited number of molds. A.E., the Irish poet, says of it, "The hero first thought it, to him 'twas a deed, to those who retaught it, a chain on their speed. The fire that we kindled, a beacon by night, when darkness has dwindled, grows pale in the light. For life has no glory, stays long in one dwelling, and time has no story, that's true twice in telling. And only the teaching that never was spoken is worthy thy reaching the fountain unbroken." This is so of all the arts. For of course what is true of one must, to be justifiable, be true of them all, even to the art of life, perhaps first of all to that one. Nearly every thinking person nowadays is in revolt against something, because the craving of the individual is for further consciousness, and because consciousness is expanding and is bursting through the molds that have held it up to now. And so let every man whose private truth is too great for his existing conditions pause before he turn away from Picasso's painting or from Gertrude Stein's writing, for their case is his case. Of course, comment is the best of signs. Any comment. One that Gertrude Stein hears oftenest is from conscientious souls who have honestly tried and who have failed to get anything out of her work at all. "But why don't you make it simpler?" they cry. "Because this is the only way in which I can express what I want to express," is the invariable reply, which of course is the unanswerable argument of every sincere artist to every critic. Again and again comes the refrain that is so familiar before the canvases of Picasso: "But it is so ugly, so brutal." But how does one know that it is ugly after all? How does one know? Each time that beauty has been reborn in the world, it has needed complete readjustment of sense perceptions, grown all too accustomed to the blurred outlines, faded colors, the death in life of beauty in decline. It has become jaded from over-familiarity, from long association, and from inertia. If one cares for Rembrandt's paintings today, then how could one have cared for them at the time when they were painted, when they were glowing with life? If we like St. Mark's in Venice today, then surely it would have offended us 1,000 years ago. Perhaps it is not Rembrandt's paintings that one cares for after all, but merely for the shell, the ghost, the last pale flicker of the artist's intention. Beauty? One thing is certain, that if we must worship beauty as we have known it, we must consent to worship it as a thing dead, une grande belle chose, morte. And ugliness, what is it? Surely only death is ugly. In Gertrude Stein's writing, every word lives, and apart from the concept, it is so exquisitely rhythmical and cadenced that when read aloud and received as pure sound, it is like a kind of sensuous music. Just as one may stop, for once in a while, before a canvas of Picasso, and letting one's reason sleep for an instant may exclaim, "It is a fine pattern," so, listening to Gertrude Stein's words and forgetting to try to understand what they mean, one submits to their gradual charm. Huntley Carter of the New Age says that her use of language has a curious hypnotic effect when read aloud. In one part of her writing she made use of repetition and the rearranging of certain words over and over, so that they became adjusted into a kind of incantation, and in listening one feels that from the combination of repeated sounds, varied ever so little, that there emerges gradually a perception of some meaning quite other than that of the contents of the phrases. Many people have experienced this magical evocation, but have been unable to explain in what way it came to pass. But though they did not know what meaning the words were bearing, nor how they were affected by them, yet they had begun to know what it all meant, because they were not indifferent. In a portrait that she has finished recently, she has produced a coherent totality through a series of impressions which, when taken sentence by sentence, strike most people as particularly incoherent. To illustrate this, the words in the following paragraph are strenuous words, words that weigh and qualify conditions, words that are without softness, yet that are not hard words, perilous abstractions they seem, containing agony and movement and conveying a vicarious livingness. Quote, "It is a gnarled division, that which is not any obstruction, and the forgotten swelling is certainly attracting. It is attracting the whiter division. It is not sinking to be growing. It is not darkening to be disappearing. It is not aged to be annoying. There cannot be sighing. This is this bliss." End quote. Many roads are being broken. What a wonderful word, broken! And out of the shattering and petrification of today, up from the cleavage and the disintegration, we will see order emerging tomorrow. Is it so difficult to remember that life at birth is always painful and rarely lovely? How strange it is to think that the rough-hewn trail of today will become tomorrow the path of least resistance, over which the average will drift with all the ease and serenity of custom. All the labor of evolution is condensed into this one fact of the vitality of the individual making way for the many. We can but praise the high courage of the road breakers, admitting, as we infallibly must, in Gertrude Stein's own words, and with true Bergsonism faith, quote, "Something is certainly coming out of them." End quote. End of Speculations, or Post-Impressionism in the Prose of Gertrude Stein, by Mabel Dodge, from Arts and Decoration, Volume 3, March, 1913. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Hearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on the Judiciary, United States Senate, 83rd Congress, Second Session, on H.R. 7786, to honor veterans on the 11th day of November of each year, a day dedicated to world peace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Veterans Day. Tuesday, May 11th, 1954. United States Senate, Standing Subcommittee on Charters, Holidays, and Celebrations of the Committee on the Judiciary, Washington, D.C. The subcommittee met at 10:30 a.m., pursuant to call, in room 341, Senate Office Building, Senator John M. Butler, chairman of the subcommittee, presiding. Present, Senator Butler, presiding. Present also, Thomas B. Collins, Subcommittee Counsel. Senator Butler: You may go ahead, Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins: Mr. Chairman, this is a hearing by our Standing Committee on Charters, Holidays, and Celebrations of the Committee on the Judiciary to consider H.R. 7786, a bill introduced by Congressman Rees of Kansas, to change Armistice Day to Veterans Day. We have a number of witnesses here this morning. Our first witness is Congressman Rees of Kansas, the author of the bill. H.R. 7786 follows. H.R. 7786, 83rd Congress, Second Session. An act to honor veterans on the 11th day of November of each year, a day dedicated to world peace. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America, in Congress assembled, that the act entitled "An act making the 11th day of November in each year a legal holiday," approved May 13, 1938, 52 Statute 351, 5 U.S.C. Section 87A, is hereby amended by striking out the word armistice and inserting in lieu thereof the word veterans. Passed in the House of Representatives March 15, 1954. Attest, Lyle O. Snader, Clerk. Senator Butler: The purpose is to change Armistice Day to Veterans Day. Is the bill in the same form it was when the Judiciary Committee acted on it before? Mr. Collins: Identical. I might say for the record, Senator, that this subcommittee of which you are chairman reported this bill favorably to the full committee. Senator Butler: We didn't get very far, however. Congressman Rees, we are happy to have you here. Statement of Hon. Edward H. Rees, a representative in Congress from the state of Kansas. Mr. Rees: Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate this opportunity of coming to talk with you with respect to this proposed legislation. My statement will be short. It is a bill that I introduced, H.R. 7786. It passed the House without a single dissenting vote. This legislation will change the name of Armistice Day to Veterans Day. Under existing law, November 11th of each year is a day to be dedicated to the cause of world peace and to be known as Armistice Day. This bill, which the subcommittee has before it, merely changes the word armistice to veterans. That is all it does. It does not change the basic purpose for which this day has been set aside, and that is the dedication of this day to the cause of world peace. What it does, however, is to give recognition to the fact that before and since World War I, millions of United States men have fought and died under the flag of the United States in the furtherance of world peace. Since the introduction of this bill, I have received many letters commending its objective, and I know that editorials have been written in the press of the land recognizing the value of renaming this national holiday. I believe it is particularly significant that the national veterans organizations who sponsored November 11th as Armistice Day in commemoration of world peace are unanimous in their support of my bill, which would change the name Armistice to Veterans Day, and which would bring about a general recognition of the contribution that all veterans have made to the cause of world peace. I note that representatives of the national veterans organizations are here today to give you the benefit of their views concerning this proposed change. They have indicated to me that if this change is made, a great effort will be put forth by all veterans organizations to sponsor national and local programs which will bring home to the American people and to the world the importance of world peace. I know the chairman can understand that to properly recognize this change will take a considerable amount of planning and committee work. I therefore hope that this subcommittee shall see fit to recommend it and obtain early and favorable consideration by the full committee of the Judiciary and the Senate. Senator Butler: I assure you that the subcommittee will recommend it favorably and work for its passage in the full committee. As I recollect, when this bill came up before the full Judiciary Committee the last time, a question was asked, well, how are we to differentiate between Veterans Day and what we call in Maryland Memorial Day? Mr. Collins: May 30. Senator Butler: The committee felt there would be a lot of confusion throughout the country if this day was changed to Veterans Day. Mr. Rees: In respect to Memorial Day, I am not so sure that all states, North and South, recognize Memorial Day on May 30. Anyway, that is in recognition of the dead. This is in recognition of world peace. It is far different, in my opinion. It is so far different, in my opinion, that I can't see any reason for any confusion on that subject. Mr. Collins: Supplementing what the chairman said, Congressman Rees, this was also discussed before our full committee on this bill. November 11th has traditionally been set apart for veterans of World War I. There was some feeling expressed that we ought to leave that alone, that it was just dedicated to the veterans of World War I. If there is to be any day set aside to honor all veterans of all wars, the feeling was that then we should pick another day. Mr. Rees: As I said before, it is quite significant that the organization that provided for the setting aside of November 11th as Armistice Day, intended, of course, as you will read, if you read the history attached to it, it was intended to be a day dedicated to world peace. It is interesting to me that that organization, comprising thousands of World War I veterans, and including World War II veterans too, that organization is sponsoring the proposed legislation. If that group favors this legislation, I don't see that there is much argument. As a matter of fact, I want to say this to you. I don't know what your experience has been, but my experience is that Armistice Day unfortunately is not being observed as it ought to be observed. If we could get the day named that is for all veterans, so they all feel as if it is their day, we might get it observed. I had experience dealing with this matter out in my home state, my home community, where our groups out there said, "All right, we will call Armistice Day All Veterans Day. We will all observe it." They did. They closed the stores, and they had all-day programs out there where the VFW, the DAV, all veterans, not necessarily members of the American Legion or members of the VFW or DAV, but all veterans took part. That is what we are trying to do here. Senator Butler: I think it is a good thing, too. If you don't do something of this kind, the day will come when you will have no more World War I veterans, and the day will just go out of existence. It is a national holiday and should be preserved. I think you have got a very good idea. I suggest to you, when this matter comes up before the full committee, that you come over and talk to the full committee. Mr. Collins: Yes. Mr. Rees: If we may be assigned a time when we can do that, we will be glad. Senator Butler: I don't want all of you to come. Those sessions are executive sessions. I want Congressman Rees. Mr. Rees: I see. Senator Butler: Whereas you could be admitted, the others couldn't. We hold our Judiciary Committee meetings on Monday morning at 10:30. If you will come over, I am certain the committee would like to hear from you. Mr. Rees: I should like to get to do that, Senator, if I may. I would like to have you hear from my colleagues here. You have a list of them. Senator Butler: Yes. Mr. Kennedy, how are you? Mr. Kennedy: Fine. Senator Butler: I am a member of two of these organizations, the American Legion and the VFW. Statement of Miles D. Kennedy, Director, National Legislative Commission, the American Legion. Mr. Kennedy: I have a short statement. I would like to read it. Senator Butler: Please do. Mr. Kennedy: Mr. Chairman and gentlemen of the subcommittee, my name is Miles D. Kennedy. I am the National Legislative Director of the American Legion. Our office is at 1608 K Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C. At the outset, I wish to thank you for the opportunity of appearing before the subcommittee to present the views of the American Legion in connection with the bill H.R. 7786 to honor veterans on the 11th day of November of each year, a day dedicated to world peace. The membership of the American Legion is composed of men and women who served in the armed forces during World War I, World War II, or the Korean emergency, and who hold honorable discharges as a result of such military service. As every one knows, World War I ended on November 11th, 1918. This became known as Armistice Day, and has been more or less observed as such during the intervening years. The American Legion first went on record in favor of having Armistice Day declared a legal holiday at its second National Convention, held in Cleveland, Ohio, in 1920. Similar action was taken at practically every subsequent National Convention of the American Legion, until Public Law 510 of the 75th Congress was approved on May 13, 1938, designating November 11th of each year a legal holiday. Before congressional action was taken to make November 11th a legal holiday, 44 states had sponsored and enacted laws through the medium of their respective assemblies or legislature, designating Armistice Day as a legal holiday. The American Legion was instrumental in having this legislation adopted in many states. The fact that no comparable date exists for the termination of hostilities of World War II or the Korean conflict has been of great concern to the members of our organization. I attach a copy of Resolution number 417, unanimously adopted at our 1952 National Convention, to the effect that our members desire one date to commemorate the ending of the three wars, and urging Congress to pass legislation designating November 11 as a day to be observed annually to represent the closing of all wars in which this country participated, and that a suitable name be chosen for the commemorative day. I respectfully call the subcommittee's attention to the fact that by far the greater percentage of our membership is composed of veterans of World War II and Korea. I make this point, should anyone object to using November 11 upon the alleged ground that said date has been associated with the termination of World War I. The resolution of the American Legion follows. Resolution number 417 of 1952 National Convention of the American Legion, New York, New York, August 25 to 28, 1952. Committee, Americanism. Subject, November 11 be observed as representing closing of all wars in which the United States has participated. Whereas the 11th of November has been designated by act of Congress as the National Armistice Day and is observed annually, and whereas since this act was in honor of the closing of hostilities of World War I, but since its enactment other wars have been fought with varied closing dates, and whereas the American Legion is composed of veterans of all these wars, and are united in all matters, and desire one date to commemorate these wars, of valor fought by valiant men and in the interest of the general public, therefore be it resolved that the 1952 National Convention of the American Legion, assembled in New York, New York, August 25 to 28, 1952, urge passage of legislation by the Congress of the United States designating November 11 as a date to be observed annually to represent closing of all previous wars in which the United States of America has participated, and that a suitable name be designated for such commemorative day. Mr. Kennedy: After Congressman Rees introduced H.R. 7786, the American Legion was happy to support the bill when it came on for a hearing before a subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee, and later on when it was up for consideration by the House. As you know, the bill was passed by the House under date of March 15, 1954, without objection. As was set forth in House Report No. 1333, which accompanied H.R. 7786, and issued by the Committee on the Judiciary under date of March 9, 1954, the general purpose of H.R. 7786 is to expand the significance of Armistice Day and to change its name to Veterans Day. The holiday was originally dedicated to the cause of world peace, and has been regarded and observed throughout the land as a day to honor the veterans of the First World War who fought, and especially those who died, for that cause. However, the United States has been involved in two other wars, World War II and the Korean War, in each of which we fought to advance the cause of peace, and each of which added millions of veterans to those of World War I who had fought for the same objectives in 1917 and 1918. H.R. 7786 does not establish a new legal holiday. It expands the significance of an existing holiday in order that a grateful nation, on a day dedicated to the cause of world peace, may pay proper homage to all its veterans who have contributed so much to that cause and the preservation of our way of life. We feel that it is altogether fitting that the United States should honor all of its veterans on a day when those of World War I, in commemoration of the cause of world peace, pause to pay tribute to their comrades who gave their lives fighting for that cause. At this time I would like to be permitted, on behalf of the National Organization of the American Legion, to express our sincere thanks and grateful appreciation to Congressman Edward H. Rees, Chairman of the House Post Office and Civil Service Committee, for having introduced H.R. 7786 and for sponsoring it in the House. I might insert that I respectfully call the subcommittee's attention to the fact that this is one piece of legislation that does not call for an appropriation, and it doesn't cost the government very much money. Wherefore, on behalf of the American Legion, I respectfully request the subcommittee to approve the bill H.R. 7786. Also, I want to make a point in the record that Resolution number 417, passed by the American Legion at its 1952 Annual National Convention in New York on August 25 to 28, be incorporated here as part of my statement. Senator Butler: It will be, yes. Mr. Collins: Could I refer to this? The only correspondence we have had which opposes such a change is a letter from the 8th Regional Council of the AMVETS, Department of Michigan. In their letter they state as follows: We of Region 8 feel that this move is an encroachment on the right of each era of AMVETS to have individual days to commemorate and honor their fallen comrades of their particular war. Further, that such effort will tend to allow the public to put their moral obligations to these veterans further back in their minds, and eventually conveniently forget that those who have fought for them in the past still exist. I wondered if Mr. Kennedy had any comment on this. Mr. Kennedy: The AMVETS? Senator Butler: That is the 8th Regional Council, not the action of the whole body. Mr. Kennedy: I don't know what the membership is. I don't know the membership of the national organization. I don't say this disrespectfully, or as critical of any organization. We are all good friends, work and cooperate together. I respectfully request the chairman take into consideration the memberships of the organizations here represented. Furthermore, that this is an expression from one individual group or district. I appreciate the fact, just as in any of our organizations, that we have the same thing of our own, men composed of all races, creeds, colors, occupations, that you find here and there dissenting opinions. We go by Robert's Rules of Order in our conventions and our meetings. This came up in 1952 at our national convention. I know, I was there personally, and there wasn't a single objection registered to it. You will note in my statement that I said our membership is composed of veterans from World War II and Korea as well. They expressed their sentiments there, and no objections were raised. You will note, Mr. Chairman, that that is not a statement of their national organization. Statement of Frederick C. Bellin, Chief Counsel, Post Office and Civil Service Committee, House of Representatives. Mr. Bellin: Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that this position should not be determinative unless the House and Senate and their respective judiciary committees are prepared to authorize at least 2 additional national holidays, unless there is some reasonable chance every state will do the same. If this is going to be determinative, we shouldn't do it because of this. You should authorize 2 additional holidays. Senator Butler: I think there is some resistance to authorization of additional holidays. It seems to me the Congressman's bill is the best way to get at what we all want to do. I agree wholeheartedly that November 11 is not being used as it should be used. It needs to be revitalized with a measure such as this. That is why I voted for it, supported it in the first instance. Mr. Collins: Mr. Chairman, I am sorry. May I state that I contacted the headquarters of the AMVETS here in Washington, and they are going to submit a statement. I called their attention to this letter from that regional council in Michigan. I was advised at their last annual meeting that they did not get to consider a resolution on this particular subject, so they have no resolution to go by. Mr. Kennedy: As the chairman probably knows, if I might interrupt, sir, with your permission, the usual and accepted procedure in all of the chartered veterans organizations is to have these things cleared through their respective channels, post, county, or state organization, acted on by the national organization. That is the way we do, either by national convention or our governing body between conventions, known as our National Executive Committee. Senator Butler: That is why I pointed out it is the 8th Regional Council, not the whole organization. Mr. Kennedy: I have no authority to speak for that organization. I do think Mr. Downer will agree with me, Mr. Foster and Mr. Clark, that that is more or less accepted procedure. Senator Butler: We have the veterans of foreign wars here? Mr. Downer: Yes. Statement of Aidan M. Downer, Assistant Legislative Representative, Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States, Washington, D.C. Mr. Downer: My name is Aidan B. Downer, Assistant Legislative Representative of the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States. In the beginning, Mr. Chairman, lest I forget to do so, I should like to say that we sincerely appreciate your consideration in scheduling this hearing today and permitting us to express our views to you, especially in view of the fact that the full committee had already voted to postpone indefinitely action on this measure. We really appreciate your giving us an opportunity to express to you our views. Senator Butler: We will try to reverse the action of the committee. Mr. Downer: At first, I think I should like to emphasize that our organization is composed of veterans who have served in the armed forces in every instance of armed conflict since and including the Spanish-American War, subject, of course, to the requirement of service overseas, or outside of the continental limits of the United States. About 87% of the membership of our organization is World War II and Korea. The remaining membership includes the Spanish-American War and such recognized campaigns and expeditions as we have had in that period of time. I think it is fair to say that the viewpoint of our organization represents a pretty good composite of all the veterans that have served in all instances of armed conflict that are now living. We have about 1.25 million members and 10,000 posts. At our last encampment, held at Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which was attended by several thousand delegates that came from every state in the Union and all of the territories, this matter was submitted to our convention, and without objection it was unanimously approved that we change the name of Armistice Day to Veterans Day. I think it is rather significant that an organization that has that composite of opinion took that action unanimously. I should like to say this, that in the analysis of the matter, we started with this premise, that there should be a day for nationwide recognition of the termination of our wars, and recognition of those who had participated in them. Starting with that premise, then the next step, it seems to me, in the reasoning process we came to, is, can we have a day for each and every one of them? If not, we must select one day, and any one day that we select, certainly, the argument could be made that it gives greater emphasis to the particular war that terminated on that date. But the veterans of all the other wars, except for that statement that Mr. Collins read into the record, which I think represents a minority of that group, have made no such objection. The veterans of World War II, in our organization, have no such feeling. I think we should keep in mind that when November 11 was established as Armistice Day, that was before World War II had occurred. Certainly, it seems to us that it is not a valid objection to say that we are taking anything from Armistice Day by now making this change, by bringing in and adding to it World War II and Korea and such other wars as would be included, the Spanish-American and any campaign. It is our feeling that the recognition of Armistice Day has lost its significance because of the fact that World War II and Korea have occurred since that time, and that since Armistice Day does not include them, people have rather come to the view Armistice Day is rather a passé thing, that it has become unimportant. We believe it will be revitalized, to add to it World War II and Korea. One other objection I gather that has been made to it is the matter of recognition of Memorial Day. I copied from the Encyclopedia Britannica this morning the statements contained in that encyclopedia on Memorial Day. It is significant to note in looking for Memorial Day in the encyclopedia, when I came to it, I was referred to Decoration Day. The statement in the Encyclopedia Britannica is carried under Decoration Day. It is significant, I think, to note that according to the encyclopedia, in the state of Virginia, May 30 is observed as a Confederate Memorial Day on June 3, the birthday of Jefferson Davis, and also in Louisiana and Tennessee. April 26 is a date of observance in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and Mississippi, and May 10 in North Carolina and South Carolina. So it is readily apparent that the observance of Memorial Day is not uniform throughout the country. Further, I think that in the observance of Memorial Day, we all recognize that it is the time for the paying of respect to deceased members of our families and friends, whether they have or have not been in service. I certainly agree with Congressman Rees that it just is not an analogous situation. I don't see where it should be considered at all. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I will just emphasize that this almost is unanimous in our organization. We recommend to your committee, with all of the earnestness and sincerity that we have, that you adopt the legislation contained in Mr. Rees's bill. I thank you. Senator Butler: I feel our committee will respect the wishes of those who are most interested, which are yourselves. I think we can get this thing back on track. I don't think the committee really grasped the significance of Congressman Rees's measure. Mr. Rees: I think that is correct. Senator Butler: I think with that explanation the committee will vote the bill out. Thanks very much. We have the disabled American veterans with us. Statement of Charles E. Foster, Assistant Legislative Representative for the Disabled American Veterans. Mr. Foster: Senator Butler, my name is Charles E. Foster. I am the Assistant Legislative Representative for the Disabled American Veterans. I am happy to say I am also a resident of the Free State of Maryland. Senator Butler: Good. It is a great state. I am very proud to represent it in the Senate. Mr. Foster: I want to state in connection with the bill, H.R. 7786, in which we are appearing before your subcommittee this morning, Senator Butler, the disabled American veterans are in wholehearted agreement with the comments and statements that have been made by the previous witnesses on the subject matter under discussion. There are just one or two other points I would like to emphasize. First, the other days that have been set aside, such as Memorial Day or Decoration Day, as Mr. Downer described it, are not uniform, in that in many states that date is observed on different days of the calendar days of the year. Senator Butler: Then it is true that the states within themselves have their different days. I know we have in Maryland. We have Defenders' Day, which is set aside to honor the men that died in North Point defending the Capitol in the war with England. Mr. Rees: Oh, yes, I had never heard of that. Senator Butler: We observe that September 12. It is part of Maryland life. The states themselves have their own little local situations. I agree with you, we should have a day set aside for veterans. It will be a Veterans' Day, be dedicated not only to honoring our veterans, but to the obtaining of world peace. I think it is an excellent thing. I think when the rest of the committee comprehends it, they will do something about it. Mr. Foster: Thank you. I agree with that, Senator Butler. There are a few other points. First, when our organization adopted the resolution endorsing changing the name of Armistice Day to Veterans Day, the motion was made by a veteran of World War I. Our organization, the same as the other great veterans organizations, is comprised largely of veterans of World War II and Korea. But I think it is significant that the motion which led to our National Executive Committee resolution was made by a World War I veteran. Secondly, I would like to point out that the purpose of the bill, H.R. 7786, is so that the people of this nation can pay homage to the war dead of all the nation's wars, and that the living can dedicate such date to the cause of world peace and to the veterans of this nation's wars. I think that is extremely significant. It certainly puts it on a different plane than adopting the date May 30 as Veterans Day, in that May 30 has historically been dedicated to honoring the dead, whether they happen to be veteran dead or non-veteran dead. Whereas this date, November 11, would be set aside and the veterans organizations at the community level could join. I know that they will. They have in the past in Congressman Rees's district joined in putting on a proper celebration for the veterans who have fought in all of our wars, and have also joined in paying homage to the dead from the wars in which this nation has engaged. I can't too strongly urge this subcommittee to report this bill favorably and request the full committee to give its consideration. Senator Butler: Fine. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster: Thank you, Senator Butler. The resolution of the Disabled American Veterans is as follows. National Executive Committee, Resolution Number 1. Whereas the date of November 11 has been chosen by the Congress to commemorate the close of World War I, and whereas this date was dedicated to world peace and to the veterans of the First World War, and whereas, since the dedication of November 11 as Armistice Day, the United States has been involved in 2 great military efforts, each of which has added millions of veterans, living and dead, to the honor rolls of this nation, and whereas the war dead of World War II and the Korean conflict, as well as the living veterans of these 2 great military efforts, have not been duly recognized by having an approved date set aside to properly commemorate their military achievements, now therefore be it resolved by the National Executive Committee of the Disabled American Veterans, meeting in Washington, D.C., this 21st day of February, 1954, that we urge our legislative representative to support the bill H.R. 7786, introduced in the second session of the 83rd Congress by the Honorable Edward Rees of Kansas, which has for its purpose the establishment of Veterans Day on the 11th day of November in each year, and that such day be declared a legal holiday, so that the people of this nation can pay homage to the war dead of all the nation's wars, and that the living can dedicate such date to the cause of world peace and to the veterans of this nation's wars. Senator Butler: We have the American Veterans Committee here? Mr. Foster: May I interrupt you again to ask that this resolution be made part of the record following my statement? Senator Butler: It will be made a part of the record. Please state your full name. Statement of Philip J. Hart, National Chairman of the Veterans Affairs Policy Commission of the American Veterans Committee, AVC. Mr. Hart: I am Philip J. Hart, National Chairman of the Veterans Affairs Policy Commission of the American Veterans Committee, Incorporated, AVC, 1751 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, 9, D.C. Bill Malden, our national chairman, couldn't come today, but I wish to make a brief statement. My statement is very brief, that is, that the AVC heartily endorses the legislation for Veterans Day. I am somewhat handicapped by the fact that our 10th annual convention last year at Atlantic City did not consider this as a specific resolution. It was on the agenda for our National Planning Committee meeting last month in Chicago. During the discussion, it was brought to the attention of the Planning Committee that the full Senate committee had turned the bill down, and therefore it was considered a dead issue, and no vote was taken. If I may say so, however, as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Commission, I certainly feel free to convey the endorsement of H.R. 7786 by the American Veterans Committee, AVC, and am certain the National Planning Committee would have endorsed a Veterans Day had they felt that it was a live issue, as it certainly is now that Senate hearings have been called. I would like to state that our reasons for endorsing a Veterans Day may perhaps be somewhat different than the earlier gentlemen have stated. We are particularly active and interested with some of the other United States veterans organizations in the World Veterans Federation, and feel it highly appropriate that there not only be one day in the United States to focus the attention on the veterans and peace, the whole problem of war and so forth, but we are working through the World Veterans Federation for a World Veterans Day. I don't know that the proposal has come along to the stage where the same date might be proposed, but this is what we have in mind, that veterans throughout the free world would celebrate a single day commemorating veterans, their sacrifices, and world peace. I would also like to state that our motto, Citizens First, Veterans Second, has led us to oppose bills for bonus and certain other measures in the past. It sometimes has brought the misunderstanding that we were working against the veterans. Our feeling is that the veteran certainly deserves special recognition and rehabilitation when he is disabled, or when there is anything that deserves special consideration in getting readjusted to the community. AVC has opposed some measures in which we felt bonuses or readjustment privileges after a normal number of years, educational benefits years after World War II, the veteran should be adjusted or rehabilitated by this time. But we are very much aware of the veterans' rehabilitation and readjustment problems, particularly with the Korean veteran. In a representation at our convention from that group, they felt very strongly on this. We have now set up a Veterans Benefit Reappraisal Commission to look into the veterans' benefits as they go to the Korean veterans. I would just like to repeat that we heartily endorse this legislation. We feel it is very appropriate to set aside one day for a Veterans Day, as a day for reevaluating the purposes of veterans organizations and veterans benefits. I wish to thank you for the opportunity to present the views of AVC on H.R. 7786, Senator. Senator Butler: I can't tell you how happy I am to have had you, Congressman Rees, and gentlemen present today. Statement of Omar Clark, Disabled American Veterans. Mr. Clark: Senator Butler, Mr. Foster spoke for the disabled American veterans. The only thing I could add is that it would seem to me to be very timely for the Congress of the United States to designate one day in which the people of the United States would be dedicated to world peace. Senator Butler: Thank you ever so much, sir. I can't tell you how much I thank you all for coming here. Whereupon, at 11:15 a.m., the hearing in the above entitled matter closed. End of Hearing before a Subcommittee of the Committee on the Judiciary, United States Senate, 83rd Congress, 2nd Session, on H.R. 7786, to honor veterans on the 11th day of November of each year, a day dedicated to world peace. Recording by Trisha G.
Shall we ever be able to visit the moon? By Charles Nevers Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shall we ever be able to visit the moon? It is not impossible that the feat may some day be accomplished, but the difficulties to be overcome are very great. Many of us have traveled around our world, a distance approximately 25,000 miles. Shall we ever be able to travel from our world to the moon, a distance of about 239,000 miles? Today, of course, we cannot do so, but it is not impossible that some day men may travel from our earth to the moon and back again. No one at all familiar with the progress of modern science and invention will deny that such a journey is a future possibility. Indeed, it may be that tomorrow some stupendous discovery will revolutionize aerial navigation, and if this should occur, a journey to the moon would soon be occupying the minds and energies of terrestrial inventors and scientists. Even with the assistance of remarkable discoveries, however, there will remain great difficulties in the way of traveling from the earth to the moon. The first of these is the force that binds us to our world's surface. This force, which we call gravity, pulls us toward the center of the earth, away from the moon, and it is so powerful that at present we know of no means by which to counteract it. To break its chain, so that we can fly away from our planet home, would require a velocity of not less than 37,000 feet per second. Since the best modern guns can throw a shell with a speed of about 3,000 feet per second, it is evident that we should have to be projected from our terrestrial surface about 12 times as fast in order to reach the surface of the moon. Furthermore, because both earth and moon are in motion, we should have to make careful mathematical calculations in order to hit the mark. Otherwise, in case our skycraft should miss the moon, we might go on traveling through space indefinitely, unless some planet like Jupiter were to capture us. A difficult and dangerous voyage. Moreover, there are other difficulties and dangers in making a trip to the moon. Our skycraft would have to be strongly constructed, very strongly indeed, to stand such a journey. Leaving out of consideration the friction and pressure upon it in passing through our atmosphere at such tremendous speed, there would be a great outward pressure from within it after we reached the vacuum-like environment of the ether. In order to remain alive, we should have to be surrounded by practically the same conditions inside our craft as they were when we left the terrestrial surface. We should have to breathe, and to have about the same atmospheric pressure upon our bodies as at the surface of our earth. Therefore, unless some unpredictable scientific discovery should assist us, the walls of the craft would have to be exceedingly strong to resist the tendency to expand outwardly into the ether, thus causing some opening which might suddenly or slowly destroy us. Again, the walls of our skycraft would have to be very strong to resist possible collisions with aerolites, the small or large rock fragments popularly known as shooting stars. When we remember that these bodies are traveling with a velocity of 10 to 40 miles per second, not far from the Earth's surface, and that our craft would be speeding some 7 miles per second, it is evident that a head-on collision would not be a gentle one. Moreover, when our skycraft reaches the moon, its landing is not likely to be at all a soft one, since the moon possesses no known atmosphere to retard our speed, and the lunar surface is believed to be wholly rocky and hard. Doubtless, were we able to hurl our skycraft free from terrestrial gravity, we could today build a craft that would weather an ethereal voyage from the earth to the moon. Doubtless it would be constructed to stand the powerful attacks of pressure and of aerolites, as well as the sudden and terrific bump at the end of the route. Our astronomers of this 20th century could certainly aim such a craft so that it would reach its destination, and it is probable that the crew would not have much to do. Vast propulsive power needed. But the power required to hurl a skycraft weighing perhaps 10 tons or more, with a velocity of about 7 miles per second from the terrestrial surface and through the atmosphere into the ether, would be nothing less than terrific. It seems an almost impossible thing to do, but future discoveries and inventions may put it in a different light. We can calculate, at least approximately, how long such a voyage would take. Leaving out of consideration the acceleration of the skycraft owing to the attraction of the moon, the average time would be about 9 hours and a half. In other words, we could embark in America at 8 p.m. and disembark upon the moon before 6 o'clock the next morning. But now another problem arises. After we have reached the moon, how are we to get home? That is a difficult question to answer, although if we had the necessary mechanism to propel our craft, it would be easier to return to the earth than to go to the moon. Upon the lunar surface, owing to the smaller mass of the moon, the force of gravity is only about 1/6 that of our terrestrial gravity, and it would therefore require a velocity of only a little more than 6,000 feet per second to overcome it. However, the voyage would be longer, about 56 hours. Thus the whole trip to the moon and back, if there were no delay, would take almost 3 days. Shall we ever visit the moon? If we or any of the generations following us should travel to this beautiful satellite of ours, they would, according to the testimony of the telescope, find it to be indeed a waterless, weird, and wonderful place. End of Shall We Ever Be Able to Visit the Moon by Charles Nevers Holmes. Read by Anita Sloma Martinez.
A Talk with Mr. Oscar Wilde by Gilbert Burgess. From the sketch, 9th of January, 1895. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the morning following the production of An Ideal Husband, I met Mr. Oscar Wilde as he came down the steps of a club at the top of St. James's Street, and I took advantage of the occasion to ask him what he thought of the attitude of the critics towards his play. "Well," he replied, as we walked slowly down the street, "for a man to be a dramatic critic is as foolish and as inartistic as it would be for a man to be a critic of epics, or a pastoral critic, or a critic of lyrics. All modes of art are one, and the modes of the art that employs words as its medium are quite indivisible. The result of the vulgar specialization of criticism is an elaborate scientific knowledge of the stage, almost as elaborate as that of the stage carpenter, and quite on a par with that of the call boy, combined with an entire incapacity to realize that a play is a work of art, or to receive any artistic impressions at all." "You are rather severe upon dramatic criticism, Mr. Wilde. English dramatic criticism of our own day has never had a single success, in spite of the fact that it goes to all the first nights." "But," I suggested, "it is influential." "Certainly. That is why it is so bad." "I don't think I quite—" "The moment criticism exercises any influence, it ceases to be criticism. The aim of the true critic is to try and chronicle his own moods, not to try and correct the masterpieces of others." "Real critics would be charming in your eyes, then?" "Real critics? Ah, how perfectly charming they would be! I am always waiting for their arrival. An inaudible school would be nice. Why do you not found it?" I was momentarily dazed at the broad vista that had been opened for me, but I retained my presence of mind and asked, "Are there absolutely no real critics in London?" "There are just 2. "Who are they?" I asked eagerly. Mr. Wilde, with the elaborate courtesy for which he has always been famous, replied, "I think I had better not mention their names. It might make the others so jealous." "What do the literary cliques think of your play?" "I don't write to please cliques. I write to please myself. Besides, I have always had grave suspicions that the basis of all literary cliques is a morbid love of meat teas. That makes them sadly uncivilized." "Still, if your critics offend you, why don't you reply to them?" "I have far too much time. But I think some day I will give a general answer, in the form of a lecture in a public hall, which I shall call Straight Talks to Old Men." "What is your feeling towards your audiences, towards the public?" "Which public? There are as many publics as there are personalities." "Are you nervous on the night that you're producing a new play?" "Oh no, I am exquisitely indifferent. My nervousness ends at the last dress rehearsal. I know then what effect my play, as presented upon the stage, has produced upon me. My interest in the play ends there, and I feel curiously envious of the public. They have such wonderful fresh emotions in store for them. I laughed, but Mr. Wilde rebuked me with a look of surprise. "It is the public, not the play, that I desire to make a success," he said. "But I'm afraid I don't quite understand. The public makes a success when it realizes that a play is a work of art. On the 3 first nights I have had in London, the public has been most successful, and, had the dimensions of the stage admitted of it, I would have called them before the curtain. Most managers, I believe, call them behind." "I imagine, then, that you don't hold with the opinion that the public is the patron of the dramatist?" "The artist is always the munificent patron of the public. I am very fond of the public, and, personally, I always patronize the public very much." "What are your views upon the much vexed question of subject matter in art?" "Everything matters in art, except the subject." When I recovered, I said, "Several plays have been written lately that deal with the monstrous injustice of the social code of morality at the present time." "Ah," answered Mr. Wilde, with an air of earnest conviction, "it is indeed a burning shame that there should be one law for men and another law for women. I think—" He hesitated, and a smile as swift as Sterne's hectic of a moment flitted across his face. "I think that there should be no law for anybody." "In writing, do you think that real life or real people should ever give one inspiration?" "The colour of a flower may suggest to one the plot of a tragedy. A passage in music may give one the sestet of a sonnet. But whatever actually occurs gives the artist no suggestion. Every romance that one has in one's life is a romance lost to one's art. To introduce real people into a novel or a play is a sign of an unimaginative mind, a coarse, untutored observation, and an entire absence of style." "I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Mr. Wilde. I frequently see types and people who suggest ideas to me." "Everything is of use to the artist except an idea." After this I was silent, until Mr. Wilde pointed to the bottom of the street and drew my attention to the apricot-coloured palace which we were approaching, so I continued my questioning. "The enemy has said that your plays lack action." "Yes, English critics always confuse the action of a play with the incidents of a melodrama. I wrote the first act of A Woman of No Importance in answer to the critics who said that Lady Windermere's fan lacked action. In the act in question there was absolutely no action at all. It was a perfect act. What do you think is the chief point the critics have missed in your new play?" "Its entire psychology. The difference in the way in which a man loves a woman from that in which a woman loves a man. The passion that women have for making ideals, which is their weakness, and the weakness of a man who dare not show his imperfections to the thing he loves. The end of Act I, the end of Act II, and the scene in the last act, when Lord Goring points out the higher importance of a man's life over a woman's, to take 3 prominent instances, seem to have been quite missed by most of the critics. They failed to see their meaning. They really thought it was a play about a bracelet. We must educate our critics. We must really educate them," said Mr. Wilde, half to himself. "The critics subordinate the psychological interest of a play to its mere technique. As soon as a dramatist invents an ingenious situation, they compare him with Sardou. But Sardou is an artist not because of his marvellous instinct of stagecraft, but in spite of it. In the 3rd act of La Tosca, the scene of the torture, he moved us by a terrible human tragedy, not by his knowledge of stage methods. Sardou is not understood in England because he is only known through a rather ordinary travesty of his play, Dora, which was brought out here under the title of Diplomacy. I have been considerably amused by so many of the critics suggesting that the incident of the diamond bracelet in Act 3 of my new play was suggested by Sardou. It does not occur in any of Sardou's plays, and it was not in my play until less than 10 days before production. Nobody else's work gives me any suggestion. It is only by entire isolation from everything that one can do any work. Idleness gives one the mood in which to write, isolation the conditions. Concentration on oneself reveals the new and wonderful world that one presents in the colour and cadence of words in movement. And yet we want something more than literature in a play, said I. That is merely because the critics have always propounded the degrading dogma that the duty of the dramatist is to please the public. Rossetti did not weave words into sonnets to please the public, and Corot did not paint silver and grey twilights to please the public. The mere fact of telling an artist to adopt any particular form of art in order to please the public makes him shun it. We shall never have a real drama in England until it is recognized that a play is as personal and individual a form of self-expression as a poem or a picture. I'm afraid you don't like journalists, I remarked nervously. The journalist is always reminding the public of the existence of the artist. That is unnecessary of him. He is always reminding the artist of the existence of the public. That is indecent of him. But we must have journalists, Mr. Wilde. Why? They only record what happens. What does it matter what happens? It is only the abiding things that are interesting, not the horrid incidents of everyday life. Creation, for the joy of creation, is the aim of the artist, and that is why the artist is a more divine type than the saint. The artist arrives at his own moment, with his own mood. He may come with terrible purple tragedies. He may come with dainty rose-coloured comedies. What a charming title, added Mr. Wilde with a smile. I must write a play and call it A Rose-Coloured Comedy. What are the exact relations between literature and the drama? Exquisitely accidental. That is why I think them so necessary. And the exact relations between the actor and the dramatist? Mr. Wilde looked at me with a serious expression which changed almost immediately into a smile as he replied, Usually a little strained. But surely you regard the actor as a creative artist? Yes, replied Mr. Wilde, with a touch of pathos in his voice. Terribly creative. Terribly creative. Do you not consider the future outlook of the English stage is hopeful? I think it must be. The critics have ceased to prophesy. That is something. It is in the silence that the artist arrives. What is waited for never succeeds. What is heralded is hopeless. We were nearing the sentries at Marlborough House, and I said, Won't you tell me a little more, please? Let us walk down Pall Mall. Exercise is such a good thing. Exercise? He ejaculated, with an emphasis that almost warrants italics. The only possible form of exercise is to talk, not to walk. And as he spoke he motioned to a passing hansom. We shook hands, and Mr. Wilde, giving me a glance of approval, said, I am sure that you must have a great future in literature before you. What makes you think so? I asked, as I flushed with pleasure at the prediction. Because you seem to me such a very bad interviewer. I feel sure that you must write poetry. I certainly like the colour of your necktie very much. Goodbye. End of A Talk with Mr. Oscar Wilde, by Gilbert Burgess.
Chapter 7, Applying the Ninth Commandment. From the Ideals of Theodore Roosevelt by Edward H. Cotton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The cardinal sin of the public man is theft. The cardinal sin of the public writer is mendacity. I abhor a thief, and I abhor a liar as much as I abhor a thief. I abhor the assassin who tries to kill a man. I abhor almost equally the assassin of that man's character. From Shaping of Public Opinion and the Ninth Commandment. Chapter 7. Applying the Ninth Commandment. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Mr. Roosevelt considered the Eighth and Ninth Commandments particularly applicable to public conditions, for one commanded the honest hand, while the other commanded the honest tongue. If there was one person more than another for whom he felt profound contempt, it was the person with the forked tongue. He himself was the soul of candor. He would not dissimulate. What he had to say to an individual, he said to him direct and face to face. In his fight for a clean state, he ran counter to numbers of men who were expert in trimming their sails to meet the prevailing wind. These men cared not what they did, nor for whom they worked, provided the price paid was large enough. May 12, 1900, he published in the Outlook an article which he called The Eighth and Ninth Commandments in Politics, in which he explained how gravely those endanger the country who bear false witness against the honest man. In that article he wrote, "Liar is just as ugly a word as thief, because it implies the presence of just as ugly a sin in the one case as in the other. If a man lies under oath, or procures the lie of another under oath, if he perjures himself or suborns perjury, he is guilty under the statute law. Under the higher law, under the great law of morality and righteousness, he is precisely as guilty if, instead of lying in a court, he lies in a newspaper or on the stump, and in all probability the evil effects of his conduct are infinitely more widespread and more pernicious. The difference between perjury and mendacity is not in the least one of morals or ethics. It is simply one of legal forms." He found plenty of invective for editors, reformers, and clergymen who assailed men and conditions without proper knowledge of the facts. Criticism was needed, but the critic should remain silent unless he was assured that his criticism was truthful. It is quite as important not to tell an untruth about a decent man as it is to tell the truth about one who is not decent. When a certain newspaper reporter hit upon the name Ananias Club, Mr. Roosevelt eagerly seized upon it for cataloguing those shifty individuals who misrepresented facts. The club served to put them where they belonged and to reveal their exact status to the country. The name especially appealed to him on account of his intimate knowledge of the Bible, where the mendacity of Ananias and Sapphira his wife is recorded. The instance is recorded in the 5th chapter of Acts, where the two conspired to hold back from the apostles Peter and John part of the price of the land they had bought, representing it as the whole. Hence the Ananias Club was an excellent organization into which to put modern deceivers, men who could not be depended on to tell the truth or to represent the exact facts against one's neighbor. He thought it would be well for writers and speakers to keep in mind the comment of Pudd'nhead Wilson, who said that while there were 999 kinds of falsehood, the only kind specifically condemned in Scripture, just as murder, theft, and adultery are condemned, was bearing false witness against one's neighbor. The Ananias Club rapidly became famous. The country delighted in it. Roosevelt took an immense delight in adding to the membership, and secretly not a little satisfaction in getting before the country the names of false-hearted men who had long and bitterly opposed his policy of reform. He may have assigned persons to membership who did not deserve the notoriety. Roosevelt was not a paragon of patience when opposition from individuals he considered in the wrong was concerned. He had intensely human qualities. which were at once his strength and his weakness. He spoke as he felt with impetuous fervor. A number of times in his career, notably when he endorsed the Ananias Club, following the organization of the Progressive Party, and after the sinking of the Lusitania, he spoke and wrote with a bitter invective that made him many enemies and seriously impaired his influence in the estimation of a number of good people. As a matter of fact, his attitude in these instances was proof of his honesty. Other persons feel and dissimulate or remain silent through policy. Roosevelt felt and spoke his convictions, though he must have known the result, for no man understood better how public opinion shapes itself. His enemies charged him with a long list of shortcomings. No one of them, however, at any time accused him of being a hypocrite. His wide-open honesty of purpose was too evident. Roosevelt originated the term muckraker, using the phrase first in an address given March 17, 1906, at a dinner prepared by Speaker Cannon for the Gridiron Club in Washington. He took the figure from Pilgrim's Progress, where is described the man with the muckrake who would not look up to take the celestial crown offered him, but kept his eyes on the filth he was raking up. Newspapers and magazines, at the time when the Roosevelt publicity method was uncovering an unbelievable amount of corruption and special privilege in high places, made much of the opportunity and printed articles that reeked with sensational discovery of malfeasance in high places. Roosevelt at once went to the heart of the matter. He said, "Muckrakers who rake up much that ought to be raked up deserve well of the community, and the magazines and the newspapers which publish their writings do a public service, but they must write the truth, and the service they do must be real. The type of magazine I condemn is what may be called the Ananias muckraker type. No paper bought and sold by the special interests can be viler, or can play a more contemptible part in American politics than the Ananias muckraker type of magazine, the type of magazine where the proprietor, editor, and writer seek to earn their livelihood by telling what they know to be scandalous falsehoods about honest men." He objected chiefly to that kind of writing because it confused the public mind. To accuse an honest man of dishonesty encourages rogues and prevents decent citizens from distinguishing the true attack from the false. By and by, the average citizen distrusts all public servants, becomes disheartened, and ceases to believe an honest, efficient government possible. Speaking after a political experience of 30 years, during which period he had not only every opportunity for observation, but the disposition and the mental balance to draw correct conclusions, he said that if he were to name 3 evils against which the nation should war most relentlessly, he would name dishonesty, lawless violence, untruthfulness, and mendacity, especially that kind of mendacity that took the form of slander. In this connection he remarked, "For 30 years I have striven so far as the power was given me to fight for the cause of decency, and I feel that the greatest drawback in any such struggle is the man who consistently speaks what is not true until he misleads the public so that they cannot tell the true from the false." He had suffered severely from writers who had not understood his motives and who had misrepresented the cause for which he contended, and therefore was familiar with the immense power for harm possessed by these men. On more than one occasion he forcefully expressed himself in this particular. The influence wielded by newspapers and popular magazines is enormous, and in proportion to their influence, publishers, editors, writers, and reporters should consider themselves public servants, and as such quote only exact fact. They should spend themselves finding the truth, for it is what they write that determines public opinion. He heartily condemned that paper or magazine which sought to sell as many copies as possible, and that only that gave the public what it wanted, whether truth or falsehood. The first requisite of the person who writes should be honesty. He should not hesitate to tell the entire truth, however unpopular. His ideal newspaper man or editor applies so well that we shall quote it. He included the description in an address on the public press given before the Milwaukee Press Club, September 7, 1910. The highest type of newspaper man ought to try to put his business above all other businesses. The editor who stands as a judge in a community should be one of the men to whom you would expect to look up, because his function as an editor makes him a more important man than the average merchant, the average businessman, or the average professional man can be. He wields great influence, and he cannot escape the responsibility of wielding it. If he wields it well, honor is his beyond the honor that comes to the average man who does well. If he wields it ill, shame should be his beyond the shame that comes to the average man who does ill. And what I say of the editor applies to every man who writes for a newspaper or a magazine, or who is connected with it in any capacity. One of the achievements of the Roosevelt administration was the passing of the Pure Food and Drugs Act. The act was persistently opposed by a large number of merchants who were making fortunes by illicit sales of adulterated products, chiefly foods. These merchants sold goods by means of a deceptive label that misrepresented the contents of the package. Since the adulterated food men advertised heavily in newspapers and magazines, papers and magazines carrying their advertisements threw in the great weight of their opposition. In fact, opposition was so well entrenched that 6 years passed before the bill became law. On the same principle that false witness should not prevail in high places, Roosevelt prosecuted vigorously other malefactor corporations. Scandalous abuses were practiced in the large meat-packing houses of Chicago and other cities. Despite bitter opposition from the packers and their satellites, a good meat investigation law was framed and passed. He stopped flagrant corruption by the railroads by abolishing the pernicious system of rebates and by favoring the passage of the Hepburn Bill, which gave the Interstate Commerce Commission control over the railroads. He uncovered frauds perpetrated by the great American refining company, the Sugar Trust, punished the criminals, and restored to the United States Treasury $4 million stolen by the trust through a system of short weights. Charles R. Heike, Secretary and Treasurer of the Sugar Trust, was convicted and sentenced to prison. About the same time, Charles W. Morse, a prominent New York banker, was convicted of fraudulent handling of the people's money and likewise sentenced. Both these men, due to the influence of their position, were able to get commutation of their sentences. In view of this, and influenced by the fact that several of their subordinates who had been associated with the big criminals were obliged to serve out their term in jail, Roosevelt wrote his opinion of condoning the evil deeds of powerful men. Every time a big-moneyed offender, who naturally excites interest and sympathy and who has many friends, is excused from serving a sentence which a man of less prominence and fewer friends would have to serve, justice is discredited in the eyes of the plain people, and to undermine faith in justice is to strike at the foundation of the republic. Roosevelt attacked slander and misrepresentation, however powerful and high-placed the factor that was practicing it. The New York Herald, one of the largest and wealthiest papers in the country, owned and edited by James Gordon Bennett, was found to be carrying a personal column of villainous character. At Roosevelt's order, District Attorney Harry Stimson sued James Gordon Bennett for violation of the law that prohibited circulation of obscene literature through the mails. Mr. Bennett was living at the time in Paris, and every effort was made to enable him to conduct his case from that city. Even the friendship of the Herald was offered Mr. Roosevelt, but the law declared that the accused must appear in person to answer to a criminal charge, and the prosecution made the law apply to Mr. Bennett as it would have made it apply to an unknown defendant. Mr. Bennett eventually crossed the ocean and was sentenced by the court to pay a fine of $30,000. The obnoxious personal column disappeared from the Herald, but Roosevelt thereafter was relentlessly pursued in the columns of that paper. The other New York papers had excluded all mention of the trial, save one obscure notice. In consequence, the public does not know today why the Herald under Bennett pursued the Roosevelt administration with such persistent, virulent opposition. The belief has prevailed quite widely that Roosevelt was a party man and that he was a shrewd politician. Listen to his own statement in regard to the matter, a statement he bore out more than once to the letter. I ask you, whatever your politics may be, to be nonpartisan when the question of honesty is involved. A certain type of big corrupt corporation cares nothing whatever for political parties when its interests are at stake, and labor unions of the same type act in the same fashion. I ask the people in their turn to pay no heed to parties when the great fundamental issues of honest and decency as against dishonesty and indecency are involved. Only let them act in the reverse way from the corporations and unions in question. When it comes to the question of a crook, I will respect party feeling to just this extent. If there are two crooks, one of my party and one of another party, I will cinch the crook of my party first, because I feel a shade more responsible for him. It must be evident that Roosevelt faced continually grave and critical periods in his application of the Ninth Commandment, and faced along with them the human tendency to indecision and non-action. Excuses can usually be found for refusing to assume risks that carry with them certain censure and determined opposition. Roosevelt's idea of action in such instances is thus revealed. If the man is worth his salt, he will do his duty. He will give the people the benefit of the doubt, and act in any way which their interests demand and which is not affirmatively prohibited by law, unheeding the likelihood that he himself, when the crisis is over and the danger past, will be assailed for what he has done. In an address he delivered before the Pacific Theological Seminary in September 1911, he appealed for honesty in public life as follows. To all good citizens, I make the appeal to stand for honesty in public life, and to stand for the creation of an opinion which shall demand truth and decency in the press and the magazines. Do what you can by private effort, but especially by organized effort and by pressure upon those who are your representatives to bring about the day when the man who willfully misleads the public and willfully lies to the public on any question of interest to the public shall be amenable, if possible, to the law, if not to the force of public opinion, exactly as if he were a malefactor of any other kind. In Roosevelt's estimation, the chief offense of the public man was theft, and that of the public writer mendacity. The infamy of the creature who tries to assassinate an upright and honest public servant doing his duty, he said once, is no greater than the infamy of the creature who tries to assassinate an honest man's character. In his judgment, the two cardinal points for voting citizens were, Thou shalt not steal, and Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Multitudes of men break these moral laws and escape human law because they are adroit, but in the eyes of the higher justice they are equally as culpable as their more foolish brethren who get into the penitentiary. We can afford to differ on the currency, the tariff, the foreign policy, but we cannot afford to differ on the question of honesty if we expect our republic permanently to endure. Honesty, in itself of quite evident importance, is not enough. Public servants must have the courage and wisdom to enforce unpopular measures. Honesty is not salvation for weaklings and cowards. Slander, perversion of truth, and dishonest manipulation of funds had small chance while Mr. Roosevelt was president. He was at all times a defender of public righteousness. It is a good old principle to act upon in the long run, he declared, that the most uncomfortable truth is a safer traveling companion than the pleasantest falsehood. He based his attitude on an ancient and wise code, and he could not have had a better justification. End of Chapter 7, Applying the Ninth Commandment from the Ideals of Theodore Roosevelt by Edward H. Cotton.
Travels in the Air, Chapter 3, Ascents from Wolverhampton, September 5th, 1862, by James Glaisher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. September 5th, 1862. This ascent had been delayed owing to the unfavorable state of the weather. We left the earth at 1 hour 3 minutes p.m. The temperature of the air was 59 degrees and that of the dew point 50 degrees. The air at first was misty. At the height of 5,000 feet, the temperature was 41 degrees, dew point 37.9. At 1 hour 13 minutes, we entered a dense cloud of about 1,100 feet in thickness, where the temperature fell to 36.5 degrees, the dew point being the same, thus indicating that the air here was saturated with moisture. At this elevation, the report of a gun was heard. Momentarily, the clouds became lighter, and on emerging from them at 1 hour 17 minutes, a flood of strong sunlight burst upon us with a beautiful blue sky without a cloud, and beneath us lay a magnificent sea of clouds, its surface varied with endless hills, hillocks, and mountain chains, and with many snow-white tufts rising from it. I here attempted to take a view with the camera, but we were rising with too great rapidity and revolving too quickly to enable me to succeed. The brightness of the clouds, however, was so great that I should have needed but a momentary exposure, Dr. Hill Norris having kindly furnished me with extremely sensitive dry plates for the purpose. We reached the height of 2 miles at 1 hour 22 minutes, where the sky was of a darker blue, and from whence the earth was visible in occasional patches beneath the clouds. The temperature had fallen to the freezing point and the dew point to 26 degrees. The height of 3 miles was attained at 1 hour 28 minutes, with a temperature of 18 degrees and dew point 13 degrees. From 1 hour 22 minutes to 1 hour 30 minutes, the wet bulb thermometer read incorrectly, the ice not being properly formed on it. At 1 hour 34 minutes, Mr. Coxwell was panting for breath. At 1 hour 38 minutes, the mercury of Daniel's hygrometer fell below the limits of the scale. We reached the elevation of 4 miles at 1 hour 40 minutes. The temperature was 8 degrees, the dew point minus 15 degrees, or 47 degrees below the freezing point of water. Discharging sand, we in 10 minutes attained the altitude of 5 miles, and the temperature had passed below zero and then read minus 2.0 degrees. At this point, no dew was observed on Regnault's hygrometer when cooled down to minus 30 degrees. Up to this time I had taken observations with comfort and experienced no difficulty in breathing, whilst Mr. Coxwell, in consequence of the exertions he had to make, had breathed with difficulty for some time. Having discharged sand, we ascended still higher. The aspirator became troublesome to work, and I also found a difficulty in seeing clearly. At 1 hour 51 minutes the barometer read 10.8 inches. About 1 hour 52 minutes, or later, I read the dry bulb thermometer as minus 5 degrees. After this I could not see the column of mercury in the wet bulb thermometer, nor the hands of the watch, nor the fine divisions on any instrument. I asked Mr. Coxwell to help me to read the instruments. In consequence, however, of the rotary motion of the balloon, which had continued without ceasing since leaving the earth, the valve line had become entangled, and he had to leave the car and mount into the ring to readjust it. I then looked at the barometer and found its reading to be 19 3/4 inches, still decreasing fast, implying a height exceeding 29,000 feet. Shortly after, I laid my arm upon the table, possessed of its full vigor, but on being desirous of using it, I found it powerless. It must have lost its power momentarily. Trying to move the other arm, I found it powerless also. Then I tried to shake myself and succeeded, but I seemed to have no limbs. In looking at the barometer, my head fell over my left shoulder. I struggled and shook my body again, but could not move my arms. Getting my head upright for an instant only, it fell on my right shoulder. Then I fell backwards, my back resting against the side of the car and my head on its edge. In this position my eyes were directed to Mr. Coxwell in the ring. When I shook my body, I seemed to have full power over the muscles of the back, and considerably so over those of the neck, but none over either my arms or my legs. As in the case of the arms, so all muscular power was lost in an instant from my back and neck. I dimly saw Mr. Coxwell and endeavored to speak, but could not. In an instant, intense darkness overcame me, so that the optic nerve lost power suddenly. But I was still conscious, with as active a brain as at the present moment whilst writing this. I thought I had been seized with asphyxia, and believed I should experience nothing more, as death would come unless we speedily descended. Other thoughts were entering my mind when I suddenly became unconscious, as on going to sleep. I cannot tell anything of the sense of hearing, as no sound reaches the air to break the perfect stillness and silence of the regions between 6 and 7 miles above the earth. My last observation was made at 1 hour 54 minutes above 29,000 feet. I suppose 2 or 3 minutes to have elapsed between my eyes becoming insensible to seeing fine divisions, and 1 hour and 54 minutes, and then 2 or 3 minutes more to have passed till I was insensible, which I think, therefore, took place about 1 hour 56 minutes or 57 minutes. Whilst powerless, I heard the words temperature and observation, and I knew Mr. Coxwell was in the car, speaking to and endeavoring to rouse me. Therefore consciousness and hearing had returned. I then heard him speak more emphatically, but could not see, speak, or move. I heard him again say, "Do try! Now do!" Then the instruments became dimly visible. Then Mr. Coxwell, and very shortly I saw clearly. Next I arose in my seat and looked around as though waking from sleep, though not refreshed, and said to Mr. Coxwell, "I have been insensible." He said, "You have, and I too, very nearly." I then drew up my legs, which had been extended, and took a pencil in my hand to begin observations. Mr. Coxwell told me that he had lost the use of his hands, which were black, and I poured brandy over them. I resumed my observations at 2 hours 7 minutes, recording the barometer reading at 11.53 inches and temperature -2 degrees. It is probable that 3 or 4 minutes passed from the time of my hearing the words temperature and observation till I began to observe. If so, returning consciousness came at 2 hours 4 minutes p.m., and this gives 7 minutes for total insensibility. I found the water in the vessel supplying the wet bulb thermometer one solid mass of ice, though I had, by frequent disturbances, kept it from freezing. It did not all melt until we had been on the ground some time. Mr. Coxwell told me that while in the ring he felt it piercingly cold, that hoarfrost was all around the neck of the balloon, and that on attempting to leave the ring he found his hands frozen. He had therefore to place his arms on the ring and drop down. When he saw me he thought for a moment that I had lain back to rest myself, and he spoke to me without eliciting a reply. He then noticed that my legs projected and my arms hung down by my side, and saw that my countenance was serene and placid, without the earnestness and anxiety he had observed before going into the ring. Then it struck him that I was insensible. He wished to approach me, but could not, and when he felt insensibility coming over him, too, he became anxious to open the valve. But in consequence of having lost the use of his hands he could not do this. Ultimately he succeeded by seizing the cord with his teeth and dipping his head 2 or 3 times until the balloon took a decided turn downward. No inconvenience followed my insensibility, and when we dropped it was in a country where no conveyance of any kind could be obtained, so I had to walk between 7 and 8 miles. During the descent, which was at first very rapid, the wind was easterly. To check the rapidity of the descent, sand was thrown out at 2 hours and 30 minutes. The wet bulb seemed to be free from ice at this time, but I held the bulb between my thumb and finger for the purpose of melting any ice remaining on it, or the connecting thread. The readings after this appeared correct. The final descent took place in the centre of a large grass field belonging to Mr. Kersall at Cold Weston, 7.5 miles from Ludlow. I have already said that my last observation was made at a height of 29,000 feet. At this time, 1 hour 54 minutes, we were ascending at the rate of 1,000 feet per minute, and when I resumed observations we were descending at a rate of 2,000 feet per minute. These two positions must be connected, taking into account the interval of time between, viz., 13 minutes. And on these considerations the balloon must have attained the altitude of 36,000 or 37,000 feet. Again, a very delicate minimum thermometer read -11.9 degrees, and this would give a height of 37,000 feet. Mr. Coxwell, on coming from the ring, noticed that the centre of the aneroid barometer, its blue hand, and a rope attached to the car were all in the same straight line, and this gave a reading of 7 inches, and leads to the same result. Therefore, these independent means all lead to about the same elevation, viz., fully 7 miles. In this ascent 6 pigeons were taken up. One was thrown out at the height of 3 miles, when it extended its wings and dropped like a piece of paper. The second, at 4 miles, flew vigorously round and round, apparently taking a dip each time. The third was thrown out between 4 and 5 miles, and it fell downwards as a stone. A fourth was thrown out at 4 miles on descending. It flew in a circle and shortly alighted on top of the balloon. The 2 remaining pigeons were brought down to the ground. One was found to be dead, and the other, a carrier, was still living, but would not leave the hand when I attempted to throw it off, till, after a quarter of an hour, it began to peck at a piece of ribbon with which its neck was encircled. It was then jerked off the finger, and shortly afterwards flew with some vigor towards Wolverhampton. One of the pigeons returned to Wolverhampton on Sunday the 7th, and it was the only one I ever heard of. In this ascent, on passing out of the clouds, there was an increase of 9 degrees, and then there was no interruption in the decrease of temperature till the height of 15,000 feet was reached, when a warm current of air was entered, which continued to 24,000 feet, after which the regular decrease of temperature continued to the highest point reached. On descending, the same current was again met with between 22,000 and 23,000 feet. A similar interruption, but to a greater amount, was experienced till the balloon had descended to about the same height in which it was reached on ascending. After this, no further break occurred in the regular increase of temperature, the sky being clear till the descent was completed. From the general agreement of the results as observed by Regnault's hygrometer and those of the dew point as found by the dry and wet bulb thermometers, there can be no doubt that the temperature of the dew point, at heights exceeding 30,000 feet, must have been as low as -50° below the zero of Fahrenheit's scale, or 82° below the freezing point of water, implying that the air was very dry. End of Travels in the Air, Chapter 3, Ascents from Wolverhampton, September 5th, 1862, by James Glaisher.